Good morning, everyone, and good evening to those colleagues who are in other part of the world. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone for joining this conference. As you know, we had a very wonderful first day. We had a great keynote by Professor Fay, and we had a series of discussions throughout the day, and it was very fruitful, very productive. There were lots of things to learn, and I hope many of those papers will go to the journals and then be published and be available for every one of us to read. So today is our second day, and before I introduce the keynote speaker of the day, I'd like to share a few house rules. So the house rules for the speakers are as follows. Please turn off your video and mic when you are not presenting or before and after the presentations, and type your answers. Type answers in Q&A box. There's a Q&A box. You can type your questions there at the bottom of the Zoom. You can see it. And whenever like the speaker wants to ask any questions, you can please raise your hands and directly ask the questions to the speaker. And for the audience who are not the participants, for them, they have to type the Q&A in the Q&A box. The chair will pick up, and in this case, for the keynote speaker, I'll pick up the question and pass it to the speaker. And consent to use without permission or compensations. This event may be photographed, streamlined, or video recorded. By attending, accepting connections, or continuing participations in the event, participants thereby consent to the possible use of the name, likeness, voice, spoken or written comments, or paper presentations in whatever form in all media publications, video sharing website, recording, disseminations, or other external affair purpose for the institute without permissions or compensation. Disclaimer for presentations. The view expressed in the presentations are the views of the authors and do not necessarily reflect the views or the policy of Asian Development Bank Institute, the Asian Development Bank, its board of directors, or the government they represent. ADBI does not guarantee the accuracy of the data included in the presentations and accept no responsibility for any consequences of their use. Terminology used may not necessarily be consistent with ADB official terms. Now we'd like to go for our photo sessions. Can we all open our camera and join for the photo session? Yes, please. Rotsan.
Thank you, everyone. Yes. Thank you,
Please.
everyone, for turning on your camera. Yeah. So let's take a photo on the count from 1 to 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thank you again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's done.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker of the day. Today's keynote speaker is Dr. Girma Tesfaun Kasi. He is the principal agriculture economist at ICADA. ICADA is International Center for Agriculture Research in Dry Agriculture areas. Thank you so much, Dr. Girma. We really appreciate for making time for us despite your travel. And we are very honored to have you because you are, I think, one of the most qualified person to talk in this subject. Not only qualified, trained, and experienced. So we are very grateful and honored to have you. So to give a brief background about Dr. Girma, Dr. Girma T. Kasi is based in Rabat. Is working on ICADA. It's an institution, international institutions based in Rabat, Morocco. Dr. Girma has about 25 years of research and teaching experience in different parts of Africa. His research covers a wide range of topics, such as stated and revealed preference analysis, economics of food security, agriculture productivity, crop diversifications, livestock productions, and climate change. His research aims to identify innovative strategies and policy interventions to improve the well-being of small-scale farmer and promote sustainable agriculture development in Africa. Dr. Girma has served as an associate editor of Agriculture Economics, the Journal of International Associations of Agriculture Economists for 7 years, and has served as the president of the Agriculture Society of Ethiopia for 1 term. Dr. Kasi holds an adjunct professor in agriculture economics at Devro Marko University in Ethiopia. Dr. Girma completed his PhD from a prestigious university in Germany, Kiel University, and he has published several papers on different area of agricultures, particularly on markets in very high-ranking journals. With this, I'd like to invite Dr. Girma to kindly take on the floor and deliver the keynote speech.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rahul. Thank you. I'm so happy and honored to be here, and I would like to welcome everyone. Thank you for that very generous and kind introduction. So I would like to go directly to my presentation, if I may.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So can you see my slides, or am I sharing something else?
Yes, we can see.
All right. Okay, let me make it slideshow mode. Is it visible? Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I would be talking about understanding farmers' marketing behavior in a couple of developing countries, and I would like to focus on the lessons from some valuation studies. I think it would be really important to start with why we are interested in cultural markets in the context of the developing world or developing countries. I think the developing world, very broadly speaking, the economy of this world depends on agriculture and other extractive economic sectors. And these sectors are characterized by low efficiency in resource use and low productivity. And these economies do have limited access to the latest technologies. And that's essentially one of the explanations for, the big gap, which is actually growing by the day between the developing world and the developed world. So why agricultural markets? So if you remember the first welfare term, or Adam Smith's invisible hand theorem, under some ideal assumptions, competitive markets are supposed to help us allocate our resources efficiently in such a way that we'll be able to maximize our societal welfare. So if we want our resources to be used efficiently, we need our markets to be competitive. And we know in order to be competitive, markets need investment in terms of infrastructure, in terms of information, in terms of other facilities whereby people, both as buyers and sellers, would be able to get the different functions served by the markets. So to be on the same page, I would like to share my working definition for market and marketing. In this particular presentation, markets imply aggregate demand. So I'm taking the demand function, the demand side as the definition of markets. And marketing is about understanding and trying to translate this demand or consumer preferences into appropriate products and services. So I'm approaching markets and marketing from the demand side. So sometimes I would say markets, but I mean aggregate demand. And marketing is about addressing that aggregate demand. So it's not necessarily the physical location that we usually call markets. I hope that's clear. So why is the relationship between farmers and agricultural markets important? So I'm going to focus on, broadly in the rural settings of the developing world, but my examples would be essentially around sub-Saharan Africa. I might mention Uzbekistan a little bit because I'm going to share with you a case study there. But when I say farmers and countries, I would be referring to sub-Saharan Africa. But I hope some of the issues do apply to parts of Asia as well. Anyway, the relationship between farmers and agricultural markets is very important because in the context of the developing countries, markets are not only economic institutions, they are also social institutions. I'll tell you an example, but let's talk about the conventional functions of agricultural markets. We expect them to help us in distributing inputs and outputs, and we expect them to help us in adding value on the raw commodities that we are known for, and we also expect them to help us transmit information among the different actors and share risk, not only marketing risk but also production risk in terms of the decisions they are making based on what the market is signaling. So these are what the functions that are expected from markets conventionally. But like I said, markets are not simply economic institutions. I would give you an example, like I promised. If you go to rural Ethiopia, markets are very interesting institutions. For instance, if somebody passes away, a loved one dies, because there is no connection, the internet service, the phone service is very limited. In many areas you don't have that service, so people wouldn't know, even your relatives wouldn't know that somebody has passed away in your family. So what you do is you wait until the market day. It happens once in a week. You go to the market, you sit in a specific area, and then you wait people to come and to pay respect to you and to the deceased. So what I'm trying to say is that in addition to economic functions, in some rural areas, they do have social roles as well. So the relationship matters a lot. So the way we look at markets needs to be a bit context specific. It's not necessarily like what the textbooks tell us. When you go out to the field, markets are very interesting institutions. Anyway, another important aspect of markets in developing countries, especially when you look at village level or primary market level, farmers are the main sellers and the main buyers of agricultural products. Why is that important? It is important because you can't be working with this dichotomy of, okay, there are sellers and there are buyers. They do overlap, especially at village and primary market level. Most of the value of the agricultural products is created by the farmers themselves, and they are the main buyers and the main sellers. That's also an important conceptual framework. Another interesting issue about agricultural markets in the developing world, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, and this happens at primary and secondary markets level. When the farmers are selling their products, the markets become buyer markets. There are fewer buyers and they dominate the price discovery process. And when farmers are trying to buy some inputs, the markets become seller markets because there are few traders of those inputs and they dictate the price. So these are interesting aspects of agricultural markets in the developing world. So that's why understanding the behaviors of farmers is very important if we are into developing agricultural markets and hence helping allocating our resources efficiently. So like I said, it is very important to understand farmers' marketing behavior because as farmers' marketing behavior goes, so goes the functioning of agricultural markets in the developing world. The way farmers function, the way farmers make decisions is actually the most important factor when it comes to the way markets perform. And the other thing is the way they decide in terms of allocating their resources, or in terms of participating in the market, or the extent of participation, that actually governs the way the agricultural supply chain functions. It also has an important impact on the market dynamics, the price formation, and the entire market efficiency. And in addition to that, the tastes and preferences of these farm households or the individuals actually show their perceived utilities for the goods and services in the markets. So understanding farmers' marketing behavior actually would help us understand the market itself, because we have already said that our working definition of markets is aggregate demand in this particular context. But no matter how you define it, understanding farmers' marketing behavior would help you understand how the markets function. So to bring it down to agricultural research and development, I would like to narrow it down to the following. Like every other consumer, farmers are very meticulous consumers of agricultural technologies. So in order to pick a technology, farmers should believe that the benefit or the utility from using that technology is higher than the one which they have at their disposal, or which they are already using. And if we can understand the perceived relative utility farmers attach to the different goods and services, then we can help in prioritization of research and development interventions, because we would know what farmers are interested in. So we can also, unless the markets are crazy, at macro level, and unless inflation is, messing up the whole economy, the studies we conduct with farmers can also help us estimate relative implicit prices or willingness to pay values for the different options that can be made available to the farmers. But we also know that not all preferences are revealed. They don't usually happen in the market, okay? And we also know that not all goods and services are tradable either. For instance, if you are interested in disease resistance or drought tolerance in a given plant or in a given animal, is there a market for it? No. You don't go out to the market, or farmers cannot go out to the market and ask for drought tolerance, per se. It has to be embedded in a variety or in a breed along with other attributes. So we need to talk about, attaching economic value to those attributes, but I'll come to that. So because not all preferences are revealed, we need to think of stated preference analysis. We are not saying we don't do revealed preference analysis, but this is quite important, because we are going to talk about some non-traded goods and services. So this is one of the key topics that we work on. Personally, I've been working on this topic for quite some time now. This is about understanding individuals' preferences, and in this case, it would be farmers. So whenever I say individual, please think of farmers or pastoralists. And we want to understand their values and their choices by directly asking them to state their preferences using hypothetical profiles. So I'm sure most of you know this one, but stated preference analysis is about eliciting preferences using hypothetical scenarios. And we do have two branches of tools: choice modeling and contingent evaluation method. I'm sure most of you know CVM. It has been quite popular, although it's being dissed now after helping us for decades. But we are going to focus on something called choice experiment, which I'm going to explain quite briefly, which is part of choice modeling. And within choice modeling, we do have two groups, choice experiment and paired comparison. And the other one is contingent ranking and contingent rating. I would briefly compare them in the interest of time. So choice modeling, what is it? Again, very briefly, it is a way of eliciting preferences, or simply a tool to collect data on preferences, which was developed as an improvement over contingent valuation method. You all know the critics around the criticism that CVM has been receiving for quite some time now, and choice experiment specifically. In fact, the whole idea of choice modeling was developed by Jordan Louvier and David Hensher, and Jordan Louvier and I think it was George Woodward's. George Woodward was, I think he is still a statistician in the US, but Jordan Louvier and David Hensher are economists in Australia. I'm sure most of you know their names. When it comes to discrete choice modeling, they are the lead authorities. Anyway, Jordan is a market economist. In fact, David is transport economist, but this tool was developed as conjoint analysis, and it was published first in the Journal of Marketing Analysis or Marketing Literature. So these hypothetical scenarios, they are not imaginary, but they are experimental combinations of the different possible alternatives or options that we can have. So that's essentially what choice modeling is all about. You develop options based on potential or realistic attributes. You cannot consider all of them, but you identify the key attributes and you experimentally combine them, and then you develop some profiles. I'm going to show you some examples, and I hope those would be good enough to follow. So again, this is a very brief and very shallow comparison of the different choice modeling methods, but I'm sure you would understand the differences. So the main interest in terms of using these kinds of methods is whether you would be able to estimate your utility function parameters consistently. Are they theoretically justifiable? Yeah, when it comes to choice experiments, you choose between alternatives, versus opting out. Opting out is, for instance, if you have two options, and if you don't like the two options, you should be given the opportunity to say, I don't like either of them. That's opting out, and you would be able to go ahead. To another set of options. You are not going to be forced. So that actually makes it possible to come up with welfare consistent estimates when you elicit preferences using choice experiment. The other one is conjoint ranking. Well, this depends. You hardly get welfare consistent estimates because people do not usually rank their choices. For instance, if you go to a store and if you are interested in a jacket, you are not going to say, okay, this is rank 1, this is rank 2, this is rank 3. You are just going to compare based on the different characteristics of the jackets, and then you pick which is choice experiment in a way. So you hardly get welfare consistent estimates using conjoint ranking. I'm not saying it is impossible, but you hardly get one. Conjoint rating as well is doubtful, and the other one is paired comparison. Again, you compare pairs of scenarios using similar scale. It could be rating, it could be ranking, but again, it's very doubtful. So you don't usually find papers, that use ranking, rating, comparison. Ranking and rating, you get few. Paired comparison, you get papers very rarely, at least to the best of my knowledge. So we are going to talk about choice experiment. So from now on, I will be talking about choice experiment. That's what we have been using. So this is essentially the questionnaire for choice experiment, and these are profiles. So each column is an alternative. This is experimentally generated bool. This is for bool trait preference analysis. And this is one bool, experimentally generated bool. We have different attributes. This is a location And this is a proxy for breed, because farmers, they don't have this concept of breed at all. So they just identify based on location. So that is our proxy for breed. And this is body size, plowing strength, and this is calf strength. This is resistance, and this is Ethiopian currency to show the payment mechanism or the fee. So this is another bull, and this is the opt-out option. If you don't like these bulls, these two options, you say I don't like either of them. Then you are free to go. And this is another one. This is for livestock market facilities. I would be I'm not really sure whether I do have the summary of the paper here, but this is an interesting study as well. So we have fences, we have toilets for the people, we have feed lots, and this is a payment mechanism. And this is in English, sorry, this one is in Amharic, the local language in the study area. And this is from Zimbabwe. So this is about maize trade preference analysis, and we were focusing on drought tolerance. I'm sure Dr. Raut knows about this one. So we have grain yield, we have crop size, we have grain size, we have drought tolerance, we have grain texture, we have tip cover, we have seed price. And the two profiles are not the same, by the way, because these are the different attributes or traits do have different levels, and the combinations are too many, and the two profiles are not the same at all. They are different. And you might have 24 or 48 alternatives, blocked into two, so that you would have like 12 or 24 cards. So these are called choice cards or choice situations. So if you hear me say choice situation, this is a choice situation. Okay? And I'm going to talk about choice situation now. Okay. So there are two very interesting theories that serve as foundations for stated preference analysis. And the first one is Lancaster's characteristics theory of value, which actually say that we don't consume a good or a service just because it's a good or a service. We consume that good or that service because of its characteristics. Like I said, we buy a jacket not because it's a jacket. We buy it because we like the color, we like the design, we like everything, and rationally speaking, we also like the price. So that is one of the foundations. And the second one is Lux and McFadden's random utility theory. And this is a savior, I would say. It is actually saying that when we try to describe a commodity based on its attributes, we cannot fully describe it. And when you experimentally design the different alternatives, you cannot consider all the attributes for statistical reasons and for operational reasons as well. You can't have, a healthy person consider 20, 25 traits at a time. And the second one is when you have this perception-based measurements, okay, the attributes-based measurement is one thing, and then the issue of perception-based, there's always some measurement error. We can't deny that. So what Luke and McFadden are saying that, okay, there is a part of utility which can be explained, and there is a part that we cannot explain. So that's why I say that's a savior. Anyway, as you can see, this is the utility function, and this is the deterministic part. This is what we can explain. And beta sub n is now an individual. I mean, I'm sure most of you know the ordinary logit, the simple logit model. Your B is supposed to be constant across individuals because we are assuming that it is homogeneous across the different respondents. But in this case, it's individual specific beta. You need to remember this because we are modeling or we are trying to estimate the individual level preferences of traits or attributes, whichever way you say it. So T is the choice situation, the choice card that I showed you, and J is the columns in that choice set. For instance, in our choice cards, we usually have 3. So J ranges from 1 to 3, and N is the individual. So we have this explained component, and this is the unexplained component. So we are going to talk about the explained component only when we talk about the different relative utilities and implicit prices. So when individual N chooses J from the choice situation T, he takes the value 1, and that actually means the perceived utility of that alternative is higher than, or at least is equal to, the other alternative in the same choice situation. So I want you to be very clear, because the results would mean something only if we are on the same page on this one. So what I'm saying is, if the respondent chooses this one, it means that the perceived utility of the first column is higher than, or is at least equal to, the perceived utility of the other two alternatives. That's exactly what the choice model says. So I'm not going to bog you down with the equation, but I want to tell you that um, it is an interesting formulation of consumer behavior. And sorry for that. I thought I could mark it or something. Anyway, it looks like I can't. Okay, let me see whether I can do this. Yeah, I'm talking about this one. I hope you can see it. So I think we all know this is the logit model, and this is the density of the random parameter. This one is random now because it varies across individuals, and this is the different values of Bn. So what we are trying to do is, in order to estimate the unconditional probability that an individual chooses in a given alternative within the choice set, we have to integrate the logit over the different values of the parameter weighted by the density of that parameter. That's very important. But unfortunately, I have skipped a couple of steps. Unfortunately, if you are going to have like more than one random variable, this integration is going to grow. For instance, if you have like 5 random parameters, you are going to have 5 sigmoids, and that's not solvable, at least using the quadrature, which is quite common in this case. You can't solve it, so you'd have to go to simulation. So what we are doing is, we are doing it using simulated maximum likelihood estimator. And this is very important. I'm emphasizing this not for the sake of the mathematics, but I think it is important to understand it so that you would appreciate the values we are going to generate at the end of the day. So we use a lot of draws, random draws, and then we average the logit using that value drawn from the distribution of the parameter, and then finally we sum it over the individuals and the alternatives, and then we get our log likelihood function. And we also estimate the willingness to pay, which is the ratio of the random variable, which shows the weight of that particular trait for individual I in a given choice set over the entire number of choice sets that he observed or she observed, divided by the cost parameter. So it is a ratio of, for instance, if we are interested in willingness to pay for drought tolerance, this would be the parameter estimate for drought tolerance divided by the parameter estimate of the seed cost times -1. That's the willingness to pay. So when I talk about a utility function, utility parameters and willingness to pay, they were derived from this one. So let me go quickly through the results I'm going to share with you. I would be a bit fast in some of the cases because they are methodological. But we have studied cow trade preferences in Ethiopia because the government was investing quite heavily in introducing exotic dairy cows. And we also studied drought tolerance maize preference in Zimbabwe because maize is the most important crop in Zimbabwe. And CIMMYT, the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, was trying hard to disseminate its drought tolerant maize varieties. So we needed to have the information. And we also assessed the trade preferences for chicken in Ethiopia because, again, the government was trying to introduce these exotic breeds of chicken. And in Uzbekistan, we studied, irrigation water scheme preferences because the water use efficiency was very low, and we were asked to do it. And then we also estimated a couple of, and we also did a couple of studies. They are methodological. I haven't indicated one of them here. Anyway, let me go quickly. If I'm running out of time, you need to tell me. I can wrap it up.
Yes, if you can
So
take 5 minutes and wrap it, then we can have some time for
okay,
Q&A.
I'll do that. Okay, sure, definitely. Yeah. So the first study was about why are farmers still keeping their indigenous cows, and we did this in Ethiopia, and we found out that fertility, disease resistance, and calf vigor were the most important traits. At least they were as important as milk. And I mean, the interesting thing about this one was that cows were being kept for herd replacement. And instead of milk production, they were being kept for herd replacement. So, they were there for their calves. And the disease resistance was very important because farmers want to maintain the herd size. The bigger is your herd, the better. So we actually informed decision makers that the focus on milk yield in terms of introducing exotic dairy cows was misguided. So that was an important policy recommendation that we got. Yeah, the other one was will drought tolerance in maize be of interest to farmers? I mean, this was an interesting question because in Zimbabwe, there was a variety called Sidco 513. And by the time we did this research, I mean, we published it in 2017, but I think we collected the data in 2014 or 15. Farmers were producing this variety and it was released 15 years ago. And the breeders were really struggling. Why are farmers still producing an old variety? So we went out and we asked farmers, and we found out that farmers were actually willing to pay for drought tolerance. And when you look at it in relation to other traits, the premium was much higher. So we found out that the problem was the issue of marketing. So we advised breeders and seed companies, to focus on traits-based promotion and marketing of varieties. And the other one was traits of chicken, which ones were important to farmers. Again, the most important attribute happened to be mothering ability and disease resistance, but the focus by the government was introduction of exotic specialized egg layer chickens, and it didn't work out. So we informed them that please look at farmers' priorities. They want to have as many chicken as possible. So if these breeds which are being introduced are not, if they don't have this mothering ability, then farmers are not going to take them up. And in Uzbekistan, so we tried to see why the water use efficiency among irrigation farmers was very low. So we found out that farmers are interested in having higher watering frequency, and they were not happy with the fact that they had to share irrigation water with downstream users. So there was a deliberate abuse, the way we understood it. So we actually advised, at least in our paper, because I was not part of the follow-up conference, we advised in the paper that in order to establish an efficient irrigation system, we need to carefully consider the preference of the target communities, and the targeting should be based on the broad heterogeneity within the communities that included, differences in terms of interest in sharing irrigation water. I think that the last two are methodological papers. We wanted to see whether a nudge would affect preference of livestock market facilities. And although we were left with a couple of interesting research questions, we found out that if you nudge for full attendance of the different attributes that you consider, you would have a better understanding of the preferences of farmers. And then in terms of how many levels to consider for each attribute or each trait, we also conducted a very recent paper. I think it was published a few months ago, and we compared all levels and in the levels design, and we found out that the all levels design actually explains farmer behavior pretty well. So what are the take-home messages? Yeah. So apparently understanding farmers or pastoralists or in general custodians of the global agrobiodiversity help us in many ways. Because like I said, not all goods and services are marketable. And agrobiodiversity, more often than not, has services that are not directly marketable. So I think these kinds of methods would help us. So let's focus on getting the right value instead of focusing on milk or eggs. Let's focus on the you know the indirect use values or the values that matter for the actual users. Otherwise, by focusing on direct use values, resource conservation is likely to be consistently undervalued. In terms of, for instance, in this particular context, you can think of animal genetic resources. Okay, the indigenous breeds do have mothering ability. They are better in terms of disease resistance. They are really good in plowing strings and the like. So I think it is really important um, to consider those. And take home message, the last slide before uh, logging off. I think it needs to be very clear to all of it that stated choice methods require highly trained staff and state-of-the-art set of IT technologies. And very recently, machine learning tools are coming in. They are not fully integrated yet, at least to the best of my knowledge, but I think they are going to come in, and probably life would be much easier, I guess. But so far, they need a little bit of skill, but I think they are very interesting set of tools. So because they provide us with considerable flexibility, that will allow us to attach economic values to non-traded goods and services. And we know that many agricultural environmental services do not have direct markets. And there are so many policy relevant research agenda that need to be addressed to help our policymakers so that they would have carefully designed interventions. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and that is all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Girma. I think you have covered everything in the sense that the biodiversity part, the livestock parts, and the crop parts. I think this is a very extensive and also these are based on evidence from the work that you have done, which clearly shows the outstanding work that you have done, and you have drawn from a very evidence-based work, not like a generic overview. So it was very interesting, very relevant to all of us, and we'd like to thank you once again. But we'd like to give you a big hand for these wonderful presentations. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to open the floor to the to Q&A. I have some pressing questions, but I would like to give to the audience before I jump in. Yes, please go ahead and raise your hands or open your mic and directly pose your questions to Dr. Girma here.
Yeah, probably I can ask the first question.
Yes.
Yeah, and thank you very much for your interesting presentation, Girma. I have a question about the market access of smallholder farmers in African countries. We know for smallholder farmers, they are facing different barriers, such as information asymmetry, which restrict them to participate in high-valued markets. So in reality, probably the government extension services and farmer organizations can help farmers to enter into different markets. So what are the roles of extension services and farmer organizations played in African countries to help farmers? Do they really play roles in reality?
Yes, Dr. Girma.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ma, for the question. Yeah. Yes, the issue of market access is very important in sub-Saharan Africa. In order to be on the same page, I would like to clarify what I mean by market access. There are two aspects to it. The first one is physical access, whether markets are physically accessible. And the second one is in terms of being on the same page with the consumer. You might take some products to the market, but the consumers might not be interested. So although you are physically in the market, you are not accessing the customer. So that's also very important. So I'm going to look at it from those two angles. With regard to the roles government extension or extension agents and farmers organizations played in terms of improving market access, in some countries, yes, they have done that. For instance, if you look at countries like Morocco, where I'm living now, and Malawi, I'm sure most of your participants know Malawi. They had this farm input subsidy program, which was started in 1995. Zimbabwe until the sanction, South Africa, and Kenya as well. To mention some of them, they do have this extension service, and they are not necessarily public extension services. Some of the extension services are private. In fact, you have to pay some nominal amount, but these services have helped farmers to access markets. Like I said, not only physically, but in terms of addressing the needs of the customers. They were able to, and in some countries they are still able to supply products and services that are really needed by the customers. And on the farmers organization, in terms of, I would like to see it in terms of collective action broadly. Yes, collective actions have played, are playing, and will play a very important role in Africa. I would give you an example in Ethiopia. Until 1991, we had these producers cooperatives. And these producers cooperatives, they had a marketing component as well. So farmers were able to aggregate their product, and they were able to present, their product in bulk, and they were, their presence was felt in the market. But since 1991, those producers cooperatives were dissolved, and farmers struggled. So they have to trek, they have to walk for hours with 100 kg or 200 kg of a commodity, say sorghum or maize, for hours to get to the market. So this has reduced both physical and that demand side access to the market. But we have tried something. We had an experiment, and we have written it. We experimented something in Central Ethiopia with small ruminant producers, and we kind of trained them, and we encouraged them to organize themselves in groups of 10 individuals. And we actually found out that they felt empowered, and they were able to postpone their marketing decisions when the price were not right. So, that shows you that they were actively participating in the price discovery process, and they were able to postpone their marketing decisions because they were acting collectively. So collective actions, they have played a very important role as well, and I'm sure they would be playing a big role. So that is the long version of my answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm asking because farmer organizations in some countries only focusing on the production side rather than in marketing side. Yeah, thank you very much. It's very clear now.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very interesting question and very interesting answer. There is a question from the floor. I'll read it out, Dr. Girma. The question is from Purusottam Sarma. I think it's from South Asia, and it's very interesting in the sense that it's going beyond agriculture. So the question is how markets support and incentivize conservations, agricultures, and biodiversity conservations. And that's one. And second is that if you have some examples of farmer getting the direct benefit of ecosystem services. You're muted. We are not able to hear you. You're muted, please.
Let me see
Yes.
with the icon. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry for that. Yeah, I was saying, yeah, I mean, I can address them quite briefly based on my experience, not necessarily based on the presentation I made. But I mean, the question is, how can markets support and incentivize conservation agriculture and biodiversity conservation? Yeah, I mean, let's look at it broadly, not necessarily in terms of specific technologies like CA and interventions, agrobiodiversity conservation. What is important is how do we look at markets and how do we look at those interventions? I mean, markets would be very useful if they are considered as institutions that are meant to help farmers as well. I mean, I would give you some context in sub-Saharan Africa, and particularly in my own country, Ethiopia, why markets usually fail. When an intervention is established, for instance, around lakes or around this forests or whatever, the problem is the sense of ownership of those interventions is usually for either the governmental institutions or a third party which was established by the government. So the sense of ownership actually becomes very low or it disappears among the farming community or the rural community. So when you establish those interventions and when you establish markets around the services that are going to be generated from those services, you need to make sure that farmers have that sense of ownership. And the markets need to serve the interests of both the service providers, in this case, whoever is managing the lakes or the forest, and the farmers. And I think it needs to be also very important that we need to estimate the foregone benefit or the opportunity cost of developing or protecting that lake or that forest from the farmer's perspective. What are farmers losing? So when you understand the market, or when we actually estimate the foregone benefits from the perspective of farmers, we can actually establish an incentive mechanism. That's how the markets can help us. So the markets are in a way tools. They are not going to be incentivizing the farmers themselves, but they would be able to help us understand how we can develop an incentive mechanism so that farmers or rural communities in a given area feel comfortable or have that sense of ownership of the agrobiodiversity we're interested in. So any example about direct benefits from ecosystem services for farmers? I don't know whether the person who asked this question knows Africa that well, but I know, for instance, in Morocco, in the southern part, there are these sand dunes. I don't know, sub-Saharan, I mean, the Sahara Desert. There are these sand dunes, and people are, they are encouraged not to go to those areas because they are protected areas and the tourists actually enjoy them. And the government is actually investing quite heavily in those areas to make sure that farmers, residents are comfortable with whatever the government's doing with those sand dunes. So, there are so many examples in terms of apiculture as well. Things are happening. So I don't really know the point of view the question is raised, but I think there are so many examples where these incentive mechanisms or compensatory programs are being implemented around ecosystem services. I think that's what I can say, given the fact that the questions are a bit.
Yeah, Dio, you are muted. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Girma. I think it was a very interesting answer. And but although we are running out of time, I would like to Dean has a question, so I'd like to invite Dean to kindly put on the camera so that we all can see you also and ask the question.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Gilma. I really looked forward to listening to your keynote speech, but unfortunately, there was something urgent that I had to handle, and I missed your speech entirely. So my question is very irrelevant, but if I may, I'd like to ask the current situation of the supermarket. So, many authors have argued about marvelous things that supermarkets brought in developing country, smallholder farmers. But what is the current situation? I know that southern part of Africa, near South Africa, the supermarket, spread, and then also Kenya and some others. But how about the central part or other parts? And then also after COVID-19 pandemic, or during the COVID-19 pandemic, that kind of change continue or stopped. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. And I hope you would be able to watch the video if it is being recorded. Yeah, the supermarkets. Let me first comment on the general importance of supermarkets in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm sure you have seen a couple of papers written by Timur and Rirdan.
Yes.
The supermarkets are transforming the agricultural value chain in sub-Saharan Africa quite tremendously. I mean, they are playing a very, very important role. But there is one caveat to that. The agriculture sector could have benefited more if the road infrastructure was better in many of the countries. For instance, if you look at Ethiopia, Malawi, Mozambique. Mozambique is in fact, a unique case because of their history. Angola, Angola also they were war torn. Anyway, these countries, given their potential, they could have benefited a lot from supermarkets. But unfortunately, because of the very poor road infrastructure, the agriculture sector is not benefiting. You might see supermarket chains in rural areas, but they have other consumables. The Coca-Cola of the US, the Pepsi of the US, and instead of the mangoes and fruits of, that rural community. So, yes, they are making a difference, but they could have done better if the road infrastructure, the physical linkage was there. And this is the case in many countries. And Ethiopia is a country of 130 or so million people. But when you look at the supermarkets, you don't get agriculture products that much. It is very limited given the importance of agriculture. So pre-COVID and post-COVID, COVID, it might not have affected sub-Saharan Africa as much as it did Europe and the US, but it has also affected Africa and sub-Saharan Africa in particular. But I would say what it limited is in terms of people coming in. So now a new culture has come up. People have started delivering goods and services from the supermarket to their residences. I think that is the only change that I have seen so far in the countries that I visited after the COVID. I haven't traveled that much. I went only for 5 or so countries in Africa, but I have observed that this house deliveries have become common stuff, just like the US and Europe. That's what I've seen. Otherwise, I haven't seen a big change in terms of the entire dynamics around supermarkets. That's what I observed for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Girma. Would like to once again thank you very much for making time. It's late for you, but you have You've really made time for us. We really appreciate, and we look forward to having you more often here and hearing listening to the views from Africa, so that there could be exchange of learnings. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to give you a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, would like to move to the next sessions, and the next sessions, I'd like to invite today's chair. Today's chair for the session is Professor Alison Belly. Professor Alison Belly, thank you for accepting our request to chair these sessions. We really appreciate for making time for us. And before I pass the floor to you to moderate the sessions, I'd like to briefly give you introductions. Professor Alison Belly she's the professor of farm management at Lincoln University, and she have a role in developing the disciplines through her own and others' research, teachings, and outreach activities. She was appointed in May 2016 from the University of Reading, UK, and have been an active researcher for over 20 years. Her primary research is like basically multidisciplinary. She looks at the relationship between agriculture, environment, and socioeconomic development, the focus of the analysis of sustainable farming system, and wider agri-ecosystem resilience, with particular emphasis on the financial impact of farm productivity of alternate farming system and agri-environmental policy. So this necessarily includes the understanding of farmer decision-making process and motivations. Her work has been undertaken across European Union, United Kingdom, Africa, China, and New Zealand. She has a wide range of experience. And with this, I'd like to hand over the floor to Professor Alison Belly. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, Dr. Dill. And thank you, Dr. Germer, for a very interesting coverage of quite a wide range of studies. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce this session. So this is, I think, the third sort of contributed paper session, but the first of day 2. We've got 4 speakers in this particular session, along with 4 discussants. I'll introduce each speaker and discussant at one time. So our first speaker this afternoon is Dr. Gulkaya Saparova, who is a PhD student in the International Economic Development Program, the Graduate School of Humanities and Social Science, Hiroshima University in Japan, originally from Kazakhstan, with an interest in agriculture, food security, and farmer preferences. So quite interested to hear what she has to say. And the discussant that will follow is John Mark Sarmiento, also a PhD candidate, but a research associate in the University of Western Australia and a recipient of a John Allwright Fellowship, and has also an assistant professor at the University of the Philippines. So for now, I'd like to hand over to Gulkaya Saparova, who will be talking on linking farmers to markets, assessing small-scale farmers' preferences for official phytosanitary regime in the Kyrgyz Republic. So welcome, Gulkaya.
Thank you, Professor Alison Belly, to introducing myself. Just a little correction. I'm from Kyrgyzstan and I'm just a master's student.
Oh,
so
just a master's student, okay.
Yeah, can I start?
Yes, you can. We can see your screen, so everything's good to go.
Thank you. So yeah, let me start today's presentation. Yeah, I'm going to talk about agriculture, which has placed a crucial role in developing countries. And this through export, the countries are trying to earn the foreign currency. And in these countries, mostly the farmers are small scale and they are facing many challenges to export. So in this research, we are going to discuss how we can avoid these export challenges and what's the farmers' preference for the solutions. So my name is Gulkaya Saparova. Welcome to my presentation. So briefly, discussion of my research will be the aim of this study, which is the assess attributes contributing to small-scale farmers for the systematization, and also estimate willingness to pay for the systematization. We collected data from 378 respondents in 5 villages in Kyrgyzstan. Data was collected in September to November in 2022. So we used the randomized conjoining experiment, and we analyzed the respondents' choice set for our result, and we find that the farmers' preference toward the systematization, and as well as their willingness to pay for it. So how we let me briefly explain about the full story in Kyrgyzstan. So we are the agriculture country, and 40% of the country are employing in agriculture. So this part is crucial for us, and it's in the GDP. It also takes a main point, and 14% of the exported products are coming from agriculture products. So yeah, we export some part of agriculture products. However, there's so many challenges. So many products are still returning to our country, and it's happening very frequently. And according to the data from Ministry of Agriculture, you can see the frequency, it was happening more than 200 times. And when we looked for the data, why it's happening, we find that mostly the returns are 65% of returns were fruit products. And one of the cause, or main of the cause, may I say, 36% was returned because of the no label. So this issue is happening because of the, I don't want to say because, but it's mostly associated with small-scale farmers. In Kyrgyzstan, 75% of the land are cultivated by small-scale farmers, and they are the main producer of these products and the primary trade participants of the export. So we can see that they are facing many challenges to follow the phytosanitary rules, which are the packaging and labeling. In one of the literature review, I found that the systematization of the small-scale farmers and bringing them together, providing the packaging and labeling could be one of the policy options which motivated to this study. So when we providing them such a when we want to implement or provide some solution for the farmers, first of all, the literature review says that we have to know the farmers' preference, what they need, what they prefer. Are they agree for following such a systematization? Maybe they are satisfied with the current situation. And in this case, we want to know, first of all, assess attributes contributing to small-scale farmers' choice for the systematization. And also, we want to estimate willingness to pay for this systematization. Here, when we looked for the literature review, we find many literature which is focused for the contract farming. They were looking for the farmers' preference, but one of the solution or the support the farmers was the contract farming. And here we see that the mostly attributes are focusing for the direct relationship with buyer and sellers by focusing on the payment and price options. However, there was a lack of consideration for the systematization or organizing for small-scale farmers to provide them packaging and labeling. And since they are the primary producer, it's vital to know their preference. So we start to look for our study area. Since the other literature review for the farmers' preference was done in the different countries, we looked for the Kyrgyzstan literature review. However, there was also lack of consideration on the farmers' preference, but we find many challenges, the many studies was have done on the farmers' challenges for the farming. So one of the main challenges is the production inputs. So there is a lack of soil melioration or irrigation. So there's the various seedlings are not existed everywhere because it's the one of the most imported products. and like a high price for the fertilizer and insecticides. And the sense of collapse of Soviet Union, the machinery didn't renew. So it's also one of the challenges. And farmers are trying to invest for these issues. However, there comes another challenges, which is the lack of accessing for the loan. So in a literature review, they find that the smallest issue is cause for their entering to the loan because of the collateral. In Kyrgyzstan, one of more than 100 Kyrgyz home, if farmers want to get a loan, they have to bring the collateral, and mostly since they have only the land, they facing some challenges to get a bigger amount of loan. And another issue is there's a high interest of bank, like for the agriculture purpose, it's from 6 to 18% of the loan. So there is another like a challenge, maybe farmers mostly they are producing their product without knowing market information. So how they are going to sell, where they're going to sell, there is no exact like requirements, like they don't know how for what they how they can follow the rules. And it could be done by inspection frequency. However, it fixed it and the Kyrgyz law, they can only visit it once in a year. Maybe it may happen out of the out of the season for when they need, they may not visit them. So we also were looking for this type. And we find that some of the these issues could be done by cooperatives, private sector, and also government. So we when we looked for these old options are benefits for farmers, but however they also need to give us some back which is the annual fee for a year, annually they may pay for this. So this is our main attributes table, which was done according to the literature review, and also we did a pilot survey. So here we included type of service provider, which is the private sector, government, and cooperatives. And the provision of loan we included as interest-free, which is 100, 200, and 300 SOM, and the annual fee for the systematization, which is included according to the study areas, monthly salary, which is the 4,200, 8,400, 16,800, and the provision of inspection frequency we included in twice in a year and the quarterly. So we included the provision of market information as a not provided and provided. So, and provision of production inputs is a soil melioration, machinery, fertilizer, and seedlings. So how it worked, the experimental design starts from the hypothetical scenario, where we are explaining about what is the systemization, because farmers doesn't know about this, and it's crucial to explain about the systemization policy, hypothetical policy. And where we also include the packaging and labeling have to be mandatory provided from the type of provider, and additionally they can choose the their benefits from the choice set. So we implemented this questionnaire in Issyk region, which is the mostly produce the fruits. So how we start our study data sampling? We went to the local government and we get our list of the farmers. So we proportionally randomly assigned for 27.9% of in 5 villages. And after the data cleaning and excluding the farmers without experience, our sample size became 378 respondents. And this is our data description. So we provided set of choices to the respondents with hypothetical policy scenario, as well as the opt-out option for our respondents to analyze the causal effect of every attributes and internal and external choice probability. This is the main regression model. And we also, from this annual payment, we also estimated the willingness to pay for provided systematization policy. So here we are moving for our main results. So how it works, average marginal component effects, usually first of all to estimate, we have to fix our baseline. In this method or identification strategy, we have to fix for the worst choice. So in our case, we fix it in this red line. Our worst choice for the type of service provider is the private sector. For the production inputs is the soil melioration, and provision of loan is 100 Kyrgyz som, 100,000 Kyrgyz som, and not providing market information, and twice in a year as inspection frequency, and 16,800 Kyrgyz som is for the annual fee payment, and this is our worst choice. However, we find that this our worst choice was already preferred from 67% of our respondents. They preferred this hypothetical policy scenario rather than the current situation, and they agreed to join for this. So in addition, we compared with the baseline other levels. So you can see the highly preference was shown in provision of interest-free loan, and if we will provide 300,000 Kyrgyz som with this systemization policy, 13% we may increase to people to join for this as a 13%. So if we will provide 200,000 Kyrgyz som, it may increase for 8% of people. So we also find that provision of market information significantly preferred from the farmers. There is another preference from farmers. If the systemization payment will be less, they may join like a more. However, this findings also have a negative result, which is that from type of provider, which is a government, may decrease for the joining for the systemization for 4%. So additionally, we made a subsample analysis by family size. So why we did this? Because we want to know, like we want to look behind of what is the influence or like a relationship to their choice. So here we find that if farmers has less size of land, they do not trust the government, and they agree to pay only less amount of annual fee for the such a systemization. However, if the farmers has the bigger amount of loan, bigger amount of land, they prefer cooperative with the government, and they also agree to pay a bigger amount of annual fee. We did a subsample analysis by family size, and as you can see, we divided them for the three groups. Among these three groups, if the average family has a different significant result, from this family we included like 3 to 6 people, and this average families farmers preferred virus-free seedlings, and also they agreed to pay for a bigger amount of money, which is the 8,400 som. So when we look for the behind of this, like we found that this average family has less experience in farming, and there is more than 2 people who is earning money, so this may cause for to pay more bigger amount of annual fee. And we also did
Gulkar, you have 1 minute left.
Yeah, thank you. So subsample analysis by farming experience shows that if farmers has a less experience, they need more production support. So this is the main result of our findings, and this is the 67% of farmers prefer to join for the systemization, and the main preference, this is the market information and interest-free loan. So we also estimate the willingness to pay for systemization, which is equal to 14,600 Kyrgyz som. So in conclusion, I want to highlight that farmers need access to the market information. Knowing the wholesale and retail price in advance, as well as market information, requires for the food safety benefits for them. So we also, by providing the packaging and labeling and also other production needs for the farming, we may attract for the systemization. So willingness to pay is equals to $167 per year. And for the further work, we can focus for the impact on farmers' economic success in this policy in Kyrgyzstan. So thank you for your attention. That's all.
Thank you very much, Gulkar. That was a very comprehensive presentation. I'd now like to hand over to John Marks as the discussant.
Thank you, Professor Bailey. Can I share screen?
Okay.
Gulkaya,
Oh, yes.
can you stop sharing your slides, please? Thank you.
Oh, yes. Stop sharing.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So good morning, everyone, or good noon. So I'm the discussant for Gulkaya's presentation, linking farmers to markets, assessing small-scale farmers' preferences for an official phytosanitary regime in Kyrgyz Republic. So just to give a brief overview, the paper used 3,780 observations involving 378 food farmers, and they investigated the willingness to pay for the official phytosanitary regime, or what the author has used in the manuscript and in the presentation. It's the systematization. So they used randomized conjoint experiment, and the attributes considered were the type of provider, provision of production inputs, provision of interest-free loans, provision of market information, the frequency of inspection, and the annual fee. Now, the results revealed that the farmers preferred the hypothetical policy scenario, and particularly the provision of production inputs, the interest-free loans, and the market information. Now, the lower bound willingness to pay for systematization was 14,000 Kyrgyz som. Now, the paper explored a very interesting topic on phytosanitary regime, and this is not only relevant in Kyrgyz, but also in many developing countries with significant agri-food export activities. So I'll go over with my comments chronologically based on the presentation as well as with the paper. So the introduction was really good. It was the context was well explained regarding the small-scale production of in Kyrgyz Republic. However, in page 3, when the first mention of systematization, it was not actually explained properly in the paper. So I have to search the term itself, and I think there's a need to explain in detail as the concept is relatively new, I think, in the literature. And then there was also a discussion on a paper study in Oman, and it was a very theoretical statement, which also I cannot follow. But my major comment really on this one is that in the title, it refers to the official phytosanitary regime. But in the introduction and the rest of the sections, it's actually, the term used was actually systematization. So there might be differences between these two definitions, but they might be, of course, they're linked with each other, but you need to be precise in using these terminologies, or at least explain in the very onset the link of this phytosanitary regime to the concept of systematization. Now, in the literature review, I've noticed in page 7 that the status quo was really the 6 to 18% interest rate according to the Ale Bank. However, in the study, the one used was actually interest-free for 1 year. And so there's a need to justify why you depart from the status quo and instead use the interest-free. And I think it was also in the mentioned by the keynote speaker earlier that this should be a realistic option. So is this a realistic option when we offer interest-free for 1 year for the farmer? So similarly, for the next variable, in the literature, it was discussed that the inspection frequency was actually once a year. But in the experiment, they offered twice a year or a quarterly basis. So again, there's a need to justify this departure from the status quo. Although we can offer these options, but at least there's some discussions whether the Ministry of Economics can handle a quarterly inspection frequency. Now, I've noticed also in page 8 that it was highlighted that there was no study that examined the willingness to pay for regulations regarding systematization. Now, while this makes the study novel, I think it is because systematization is not commonly used in the literature. So I suggest that you explore, say, payment for agricultural services or payment for agriculture extension services or extension services in general. So at least there are some really relevant ideas or topics related to systematization. Now, in the experimental design, I commend the author. The table 1 really was very clear. It's easy to follow. And the hypothetical policy scenario was well explained. But my concern is the choice C, wherein it states that, or it just refers, the paper just refers to it as the current situation. So that's in page 9. So if you can provide a brief details of the current situation. So for example, what I discussed earlier, that the provision of loan has actually a 6 to 18% interest, or the provision of inspection is actually once a year. But my question is the current situation here the no systematization option or the opt-out option? So I think if you can see here a paper in AJARE, published in AJARE, they actually define clearly what the current situation is. So I guess if you can do the same, that would be really good. So it would be clearer. Now, in the data collection and the experiment setting, the 3,780 samples was actually mentioned in the abstract and in the appendix, but it was not discussed in the data collection. But I presume that's the 378 farmers times 10. That becomes 3,780 observations. So I think there's a need to discuss that one. And then in terms of the randomly assigning 22.73% of the samples, I guess you have to at least make a brief explanation on the reason why 22% of the population of farmers in 5 villages was sampled. So my question is this a quota sampling approach, or at least it should be clearer where that 22.73% is coming from. Now, I commend the use of both internal and external choice probabilities. It provides a robust estimation of the significant variables. However, I was a bit of concerned in page 12 when the authors mentioned or have the statement that with the use of 2 models of choice probability, this method allows the measurement of causal effects. So, well, the statement of causal effects might be too strong, as there is potential endogeneity issues, and these were not discussed or addressed in the paper. So just be careful on that one. And unfortunately, the equations are not appearing in the manuscript in the file that I received, so it's difficult to follow. Now, for figure 2, again, I commend the author. It's a very, very good figure, very easy to follow. However, in the succeeding discussion, since the subsections were discussed as external and internal choice probabilities, there's a repetition or redundancy of the significant variables that's common to both the external and internal choice probability. So I suggest you discuss these variables just once, and then make a note whether it's significant in internal or external or both to avoid repetition. And then, well, I saw earlier the subsample analysis presented, but they were not part of the in the paper that was submitted. So in conclusion, what my takeaway from this paper was that the farmers were willing to pay for systematization, and the lower bound is 14,000 Kyrgyz soms. Now, in the conclusion, the authors actually mentioned the concept of contract farming in page 20, but there was no contract farming, say, variable investigated. Then suddenly this contract farming appeared in the conclusion section. And then also in the same page, in page 20, I think the link of systematization and contract farming was not properly established. So if you can refrain from discussing new concepts in the conclusion section, that would be good. And then finally, it mentioned that the goal of the study was to examine the causal effect of potential policies. Now, just be careful in using the causal effect or in claiming causal effect, as you need to take care of potential endogeneity issues. But overall, a very good paper from the authors, and congratulations.
Thank you, John Marks. I don't know whether Gulkar, you want to respond to any of those comments. There were some positive statements, as well as some queries I noted, your approach to quota sampling, and whether or not you used a realistic interest rate. And if people want to ask questions, please raise your hand or put them in the Q&A. Gulkar.
Thank you for your nicely highlighting all the points. Yeah, I saw some of them I agree with you. So, and some of them are not. Maybe I missed some part to not explain because I have been studying, and the way how I'm explaining, maybe I didn't mention in details that much, so it may confuse the new readers. And about the repetition, this method, like randomized conjoining experiment, first of all, let me start from the current situation. So this, I followed the Hein-Müller's paper about the randomized conjoining experiment. They implemented the identification strategy as an average marginal component effect. And according to this paper, they mentioned that through like a amount of this choice set, there could be one only reason for they followed for this choice set, and this calls as a causality for them. So in my case, the cause of the preference, it calls like a causality. Maybe I should consider on your suggestion also, because there's strong causality, there's many other methods. Yeah. And maybe I also should interpret this part very carefully. Thank you for this part. And about the current situation, like some of the literature use the current situation as a like level as you show me. However, in the method which I was using, they just mentioned that like current situation, which they are not including any information, that they didn't like the hypothetical policy scenario, and it calls like opt-out option or current situation. So as for the farmers, opt-out option may not be clear, so I just include as a current situation. So if they didn't like the policy, they just can choose as a current situations like their most preferred reason. And in this case, we have like a 3 choice, which is A, B, and C. A, B is a hypothetical scenario and the like attributes which I created, and the current situation is C. So when we estimate, it's done from the data. So we estimate, like we compare the current situation which each, and then in the internal choice probability, we compare the amount of these 2 choice. So which one was the favorite one? In that case, we have like external and internal choice result, and might be the similar result, but however, the coefficients are different. So that's why I discussed twice, but mostly I focused on the external choice probability, since we are comparing the current situation and the provided policy. Yeah, that's then what was the else? Yeah, by the way, I really liked your suggestion about explain details for the phytosanitary regime with to connect the systemization. Maybe I didn't like explain in details. Yeah, I try to work on this part. Yeah, it's important because it's like 2 different things, and I'm trying to connect them. Like, yeah, it's important. Yeah, thank you for you did a good job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I thought we had one question, but it seems to have disappeared. So what we'll do is thank you very much, Gulkar, and thank you very much, John Marks. We'll move on to our second paper for this session. So for this, we have Ping Wei, a PhD candidate at the College of Economics and Management in the China Agricultural University, majoring in international trade, and that's one of her research interests aqlongside food security and agricultural economic theory and policy. And our discussant will be Zhujing Wang, professor at the College of Economics and Management at Nanjing Agricultural University, who conducts research in the area of agricultural economics and international trade. And on that note, I'll hand over to Ping to give her paper on the impact of agricultural export duration on new market entry evidence from China.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, if you put it up to full slides, please. And then we're ready to go.
Yes,
thank you, that's excellent.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and I'm glad to be here. Today I'm going to present a latest paper with my tutor, Professor Hongman Liu. My talk will be 7 parts. Now let's move to the first part. Why we do this research? Okay, right. As we know, to promote agricultural products to enter new market is essential for countries, but it faces a series of constraints, such as heavy protectionism, high market entry cost, the undeveloped developed technology, and the lack of international experience, etc. And these situations are especially severe for developing and emerging markets. And as far as we know, a lot of literature has examined the impact of new market entry of agricultural products. However, under the condition of information asymmetry, experience accumulation and export learning are crucial. Experience or knowledge can acquire not only from other exporters, but also from export relationships in existing markets. However, little literature has been known about this impact, and this is why we chose this topic. Well, in this paper, we find export duration has an inverted yield-shift effect on new market entry, and this effect can be moderated by the bilateral political relations. Also, we highlight 3 main specific mechanisms and empirically test them. In addition, export duration also affects the choice of new market entry. We found evidence of the spillover effects both at the market level and the product level. We may contribute to the existing literature in the following aspects. First, this paper is the first to link both experience theory and export learning on market entry behavior, and also we expand on studies on how information spillovers affect entry decisions. We confirm that the impact of export duration on the choice of new market entry has the spillover effects not only at the market level, but also at the product level. So how does the export duration affect the new market entry? Look at the picture. We highlight 3 specific mechanisms. The first mechanism is information source cost. As we know, exporters need to pay substantial costs to obtain information related to the new markets, and trade networks are important channels for them to collect information. When the export duration is short, the network is loose, and exporters can share experience to reduce their information source cost, and therefore the new market entry is promoted. However, when the export duration reaches a certain level, the network becomes crowded and the resources redundancy appears, and exporters are easily disturbed by the wrong information. As a result, the information cost increases and the new market entry is inhibited. Well, according to the Malays, exporters need to cross the productivity threshold to enter new markets. When the export duration is short, exporters can improve their productivity by learning advanced technologies abroad. However, the long-term stable export status may rely on endowment advantages, and the excessive reliance on existing relationships may deprive exporters of incentives to update technologies continuously and even make the productivity at the risk of being locked or even declining. The last mechanism is export quality. Export quality is regarded as one core competitiveness to enter new markets. When the export duration is short, the trade liberation has largely reduced the tariffs on agricultural products, causing many low-quality products to flow in, which lowers the overall export quality. However, many exporters gradually withdraw due to the lack of competitiveness, and with the extension of export duration, the survival have to actively increase R&D investment to face the fierce competition. And in this way, the export quality is gradually improved and the new market entry is promoted. Well, in this study, we use the logit model to estimate our benchmark specification. The dependent variable is the probability of new market entry for agricultural products. And here, the F subscript NKT is a dummy variable indicating whether product K enters the new market N in year T. Well, look at the picture. We can see that the percentages of new market entries has declined in recent years, and only a small percentage of new market entries were realized, with the average value being 2.93%. The main independent variable is the export duration of agricultural products. We use the export share as a weighing scale. That is because always the exporters learn more from relationships with high export value when the export duration is the same. And the fourth part, the part 4 is our main results. To begin with, we report the odds ratio instead of the coefficients to better explain our results. We can see it shows that the odds ratio of Dura is significantly greater than 1, and the odds ratio of Dura square is significantly less than 1. Which indicates that export duration has an inverted U-shaped effect on the market entry. We also conduct a U-test. The results suggest that the extreme point is within the value range of Dura, which confirms the inverted U-shaped impact. And according to the descriptive statistics, we find that there are still 87.74% export relationships still lives on the left side of the turning point, indicating that extending the export duration can effectively promote the new market entry. A series of robustness checks were conducted, and the results suggest that our main results still hold. To solve the potential problem of endogeneity, we use the average export duration of Asian countries and its square as instrumental variables. The second stage regression results suggest that the baseline results still maintained. The heterogeneity analysis suggests that the impact of export duration on the new market entry varies according to the development of importing countries, the processing level of agricultural products, and its vulnerability to non-tariff measures. According to the prior theoretical analysis, here we test the mechanisms by regressing the mechanism variables on the main independent variables, and it suggests that the results support the prior theoretical analysis. We also did a series of further analysis. First, due to the externality of knowledge, technology, and information, the export duration may also affect the choice of new market entry. In terms of the market level spillover effect, we chose the geographical, economic, and cultural in proximity as the weighing scheme and recalculate the export duration and re-estimate the model. The table 8 reported the spillover effect. It suggests that the odds ratio of dual are significantly greater than 1. It suggests that export duration can promote products into new markets that is geographically, economically, or culturally close to the existing markets, which confirms that the market level spillover effect. In addition, the export duration of related products may also be more valuable. To test this, we use the product proximity as the weighing scheme and recalculate the export duration and re-estimate the model. The table 9 shows the result. It shows that the odds ratio of dual is significantly greater than 1, which indicates that export duration can promote products that is related to the existing products to the same destination, which confirms that there is a product level spillover effect of the export duration. Yes, it shows that the spillovers of information, technology, or knowledge are essential channels for export duration to affect the new market entry, as the spillovers are easily affected by the bilateral political relations. Here, we divided the sample into 2 groups. One group is with the distant political relations with the exporting country, and the other group is with the close political relationships with the exporting country. Look at the table. It can be seen that compared with the distant group, the odds ratio of dual is a little bit larger, and the odds ratio of dual square is a little bit smaller in the close group. That indicates that close political relations can strengthen the positive effect of export duration and weaken the negative effect of export and weaken the negative impact.
Ping, you have 1 minute left.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We also provide the inverted U-shaped curve of both groups. We can see that in closed group, the curves becomes steeper and the turning point shifts to the right. It indicates that good political relations can postpone the arrival of the turning point. Well, to sum up, in this paper, we affirm that export duration has an inverted U-shaped impact on new market entry. Also, we highlight 3 specific mechanisms. Finally, through a further analysis, we find evidence of the spillover effect both at the market level and product level. We also find that bilateral political relations can moderate this effect. In terms of policy implications on the information asymmetry, this study finds that the positive effect of extending the export duration, of extending export relationships in reducing information uncertainty, improving productivity, and promoting export quality. This provides a new perspective for solving the problem of entering new markets for agricultural products. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ping. A very well-structured and comprehensive presentation. I'd now like to hand over to our discussant, Professor Zhu Wang from Nanjing Agricultural University. Ping, if you can stop sharing your screen, thank you. That's excellent.
Okay, can you hear me and see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Wei Ping, for your presentation. On the whole, I found this paper very interesting and well written. Firstly, let me provide brief summary of the key points of this paper. Then I will give my comments and suggestions on this paper. As we know, with the increasing uncertainty in the international market, the issues related to how to enter new export markets and how to address over concentration of export destination are receiving increased attention. And this paper is discussing these similar issues. It examines how the duration of agricultural products export impact new market entry. Specifically, the author conducts empirical research using cross-country and cross-product data, and the findings reveal an inverted U-shaped relationship between export duration and the new market entry. And the authors also found that export duration affects the entry of agricultural products into new markets, mainly through three channels: information seeking cost, TFT, and export product quality. Meanwhile, this paper also found some evidence of the spillover effect of export duration and the moderation effect of bilateral political relations. This is a brief overview of the paper. Next, I will share my comments. Comment 1 about the research question. The impact of export duration on new market entry is not a new topic. Many studies have already confirmed that export duration will affect new market entry, and this impact often follows an inverted U-shaped relationship For example, we can find relevant research findings in the following 3 papers. So what makes this paper apart from previous studies? I think the main difference may be earlier studies looked at many different industries, and this paper focused solely on agricultural products. But the author didn't clarify why it's important to separately study agricultural products. And the author hasn't drawn any conclusions that differ from the existing research. So if what I'm saying is accurate, the research significance of this paper might not be as important. As a potential improvement, I suggest the author should emphasize the significance of separately analyzing agricultural products in the introduction section. Additionally, in the empirical results section, the author should compare their findings with existing research to identify difference in their conclusions. If the author disagree what I have mentioned, you can briefly explain your perspective later on. Next, I want to talk about empirical strategies. Firstly, I think this paper use product level data for empirical analysis might be inappropriate. The product level study indeed provides valuable insights, but it also presents a certain limitations. For example, the paper identifies that the impact of the export duration on new market entry is a mixed effect. It combines a firm's own accumulated export experience with experience spillover from other firms or industries. In addition, in the theoretical analysis of the paper, the impact of export duration on trade relation is explained from a firm level perspective. But in the empirical analysis, product level data is used for empirical research. So this seems kind of inconsistent. So I think the author could consider using firm level data to conduct empirical analysis. And we know China has such data. Yeah, you can use a metadata of China's industrial enterprise data and custom data. And other aspects of the empirical strategies. Firstly, the control variable, I think, seems to be oversimplified. For example, the potential impact of a tariff is not taken into account. A tariff in the target markets evidently impacts the decision of whether a product enter a new market. Unless tariff remains stable or change insignificantly within the research sample period, but at least the author should provide an explanation in this paper. Secondly, the lag effect. The current analysis only takes into account the impact of the current year, overlooking a potential lag effect in export learning experience. The accumulation of export experience might not take effect immediately, I think. Lag effect should perhaps be taken into consideration. Lastly, I want to talk about the literature review. I think the author have provided a thorough summary of the existing literature, but I recommend that you also consider referencing some latest paper. For example, the Patterson 2018, Mendoza 2022, both of these papers are published in American Journal of Agricultural Economics, and their research topic are relevant to this paper. I think it would be better to include them in the literature review section. And I think the expression in this paper should be more precise. For example, the statements like, literature focuses on the impact of export duration on new market entry for agricultural products may not be totally appropriate. For example, Luo and Benno 2020, Zango 2023 analyze similar issues. While the research contents are not totally same, but the research topic actually is very similar. Lastly, I think it's also important. I think the paper should minimize the using the Chinese reference. And if possible, I think avoid citing Chinese reference, because the paper is being submitted as a English language article, and reviewers and readers might not be familiar with Chinese. Yeah, this is the paper I have referenced. Okay, it's very simple, but that is basically what I want to share with you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for those useful comments. Pingwei, did you wish to respond to any of those? I'm particularly thinking of the importance of separating out the agricultural products, and to my mind, the firm level versus the product level.
Yes, thank you very much for your excellent comments. I think they are valuable and helpful to improve the quality of this paper. I'd like to respond to your first your first question. Is agricultural products different? Yes, as there are several studies to responding to this study, and they use the product level evidence, and we chose the agricultural products. That is because when in the mechanisms, that is agricultural products is always as the it faces more constraints when export, and it is more important. And in the theoretical analysis, we specific the we put out the specific mechanisms from the aspect of agricultural products, and also in the for the analysis, we explore the bilateral relationships, the moderation effect of the bilateral relationships, and these are different from the existing studies. And others, and you mentioned the other suggestions. I think is very helpful, and we can amend it in the later studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got two questions in the Q&A. Given the time, I'm just going to ask the first one. Is there any relation on export duration, product quality, export cost and export profitability. And the comment is that cost and profitability does affect the new product market entry, given the trade facilitation and restrictions. So did you come up with any relation in relation to export duration, product quality, export cost and export profitability?
The first, I'd like to respond to the first question. In the theoretical mechanisms, we connected the export duration with the mediation transmission mechanisms and the new market entry, mainly from the heterogeneity from theory and from heterogeneity theory and the social network theory. And in terms of the second question.
So we've got time for the second question. So in one of the slides you mentioned 9.52 years seems too high duration.
Yes, this export duration is a weighted average value. You know, okay. We chose the export sale as the weighing scheme and calculate the weighted average value. So it is higher than that of the specific markets. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank Ping Wei and Professor Zhujing Wang for their contributions, and we'll move on to our third paper of the session. This is to be presented by Dr. D. Suganthi. She is a manager at the Department of Economic and Policy Research in the Reserve Bank of India, Mumbai. And her particular research interests are in relation to agricultural markets, food inflation, nutrition, agri-food supply, and sustainable agricultural growth and econometrics. Our discussant for this will be Yao Lu, who is Deputy Dean of the International College of the Yunnan Agricultural University in China. And she has a particular interest in rural and agricultural development in relation to gender and ethnic minority groups, climate change. But first I'll hand over to Dr. D. Suganthi, who will be giving a paper on interplay between farm production diversity and dietary diversity with market access evidence from India. So over to our speaker.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind introduction. Okay. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Is my slides visible?
It's yes, we've got the full screen on yourself, so you're ready to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah. Good morning from India. First, I would like to thank the ADBI team for giving me this opportunity to share my work. And the title of my paper is Interplay Between Farm Production Diversity and Dietary Diversity with Market Access, Evidence from India. The background of the study is that malnutrition among children under 5 years of age is still a major concern in India, despite significant progress made in reducing hunger and undertaking several policy measures. And malnutrition is more manifested in rural areas as compared to urban areas. Literature argues that there are several factors that affect malnutrition at the household and community level. In particular, agriculture production plays a key role in addressing malnutrition. Literature has identified 6 pathways through which agriculture can affect nutrition. One among them is the agriculture production or agriculture as a source of food, which is the focus of our paper. Several studies have examined the relationship between production diversity and dietary diversity at the household level. Production of nutritious food and consumption from home production at the household level can improve the dietary diversity of the household members. Improving dietary diversity is one of the sustainable ways to address malnutrition. And also, dietary diversity is an indicator of diet quality as well. On the other hand, empirical findings reveal that market access and market orientation promotes dietary diversity and improves diet quality. This implies that market access is an essential element in achieving household dietary diversity. Moving on to the motivation of our paper, those studies have found positive association between production diversity and household dietary diversity. Findings are mixed and they are context specific. Most of the studies focus majorly on 2 sources of production, especially diversity in crop production and livestock diversity. Here we focus on multiple sources of production, production diversity that includes crop, that is on-field production, livestock or the animal husbandry, kitchen garden production, and collection from common property resources. One might argue that count of food items or food groups can be combined across multiple sources so as to construct a single measure. But here we argue that source of the food and also the food group is important, and the policy implication would be different if we construct diversity, different production diversity measures using combination of multiple sources of production. For country, this is specifically because for country like India, where the 86% of farmers are small and marginal, in addition to crop, livestock, and kitchen garden, basically in addition to on-field production, that is crop production, livestock, kitchen garden, and food collection from common property resources can improve the dietary diversity. Similarly, in the case of landless and agricultural laborers, animal husbandry and kitchen garden or community kitchen garden can enhance the household dietary diversity. So some of the key objectives of this paper is to examine the relationship between combination of production diversity and household dietary diversity in Bihar and Odisha using Spandan data. The role of markets proxy here we proxied by the monthly share of non-staple market purchases in providing dietary, diet diversity that has been analyzed. Then the paper analyzes the association between consumption from multiple sources of production and household dietary diversity. Furthermore, it examines the relationship between household dietary diversity score and consumption from kitchen garden and livestock rearing, especially for landless and marginal farmers, because since the farms are small in size, and also in the case of landless farmers, they lack land to produce. Here we see how livestock, raising animal husbandry and kitchen garden, how that influences that dietary diversity. Moving on, this is the let me discuss about the data, sample design and structure. Here we use the system of promoting appropriate national dynamism for agriculture and nutrition data. This Spandan initiative was funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It is an integrated survey on agriculture and nutrition among rural households of Bihar and Odisha. The data was collected from October 2014 to December 2015. The survey covered 4,100 households, of which 2,047 households were surveyed from 8 districts of Bihar, and 2,053 households were surveyed from 10 districts of Odisha. In each district, 2 sub-districts were selected. Within each sub-district, 4 census villages were selected. Then in each sub-district was visited twice, once in Rabi season and again in Kharif season. Only households that had children less than 5 years of age were included in the survey. Moving on to some of the descriptive statistics. This table shows the sample characteristics of the survey data. The percentage of households with less than 1 acre of land is higher in Odisha compared to Bihar. And the percentage of households with kitchen garden and food collection from CPR resources is higher in Odisha compared to Bihar. This is also because the indigenous population is higher in Odisha because of its thick forest cover. As regards mixed agricultural activity, more than 65% of the households in both the states are into more than one agricultural activity other than on-farm production. The percentage of households involved in mixed agriculture production is more in Odisha compared to Bihar. These charts actually show the collection from common property, like food collection from common property resources. Forest collection is higher in Bihar, as I mentioned earlier, higher in Odisha as compared to Bihar. And compared to edible food collection, non-edible food collection is higher in both Odisha and Bihar, that mostly comprises of firewood for cooking purposes. The diet of households in both the states consists of cereals, pulses, dairy products, meat, fish, eggs, and other vegetables. The proportion of households consuming micronutrient-rich food groups such as green leafy vegetables, fruits, meat, fish is higher in Odisha compared to Bihar. Slightly smaller share of sample consume fish and meat than other food groups. In comparison, the share of households that consume milk is higher in Bihar than in Odisha. These two charts show the food consumption from various sources. The share of consumption from market purchase is much larger than own production, represented by the blue bar. More than 50% of the monthly consumption of non-staples, here non-staples represent pulses, oil, fish, poultry, meat, and dairy products that come from market. Similarly, a sizable amount of weekly fruits and vegetable purchases, including those of green leafy vegetables, are made from markets on a weekly basis. On the other hand, there are some food categories where own provisioning is also significant, that is cereals and dairy products. Moving on to the empirical specification, the outcome variable of our interest is household dietary diversity score. Here we study the relationship between production diversity and household dietary diversity score. The household dietary diversity score is a qualitative variable constructed using 11 food groups listed in the slide. The other control variables are the production diversity variables, household and community characteristics. The production diversity variables, here we use 4 production diversity variables, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it is constructed by summing the food groups, that is cereals, pulses, oilseeds, vegetables, including tubers, fruits, dairy products, eggs, meat, and poultry, and fish. This is in line with the household dietary diversity score, obtained from different sources of production, and also we use combination of production sources. So in the case of production diversity 1, we sum up the food groups obtained from all the 4 production sources, that is on-field, kitchen garden, livestock rearing, and collection from CPR resources. Then the second production diversity includes sum of food groups from on-farm production, kitchen garden, and livestock, and so on. So why do we do this? We do this to understand the influence of other sources of food production in addition to farm production. This gives a holistic picture of influence of production diversity on household dietary diversity. Furthermore, we see that not just production that influences dietary diversity, consumption from the home production is also important, because farmers may produce but they may not consume it. So in that context, we also try to see consumption from home production, how that influences household dietary diversity. And here it is constructed by summing consumption from all the 4 different sources of production, and it takes maximum value of 4. And also we see we construct a market dependence variable. So we see how the production diversity influences dietary diversity even after controlling for market purchases or the market dependence. And here the market dependence is defined as the share of non-staple food obtained from markets out of total monthly consumption, that is cereals, pulses, oil seeds, dairy products, fish and meat, and also at a weekly frequency, because we had measured two variables, one at a monthly frequency level and other at the weekly frequency. I have used both the indicators for market dependence, but here for the sake of presentation, I have reported only with the market dependence variable created using at the monthly frequency level. This measure is average at the village level, as it could suffer from endogeneity bias at the household level. Moving on to the results. As previously discussed, the paper analyzes the association between household production diversity and dietary diversity, incorporating the contribution of other production activities in addition to on-field production into the estimation. This approach studies not only the contribution of various food groups, but also captures the effective interaction of production activities to increase the availability of diverse food groups at the household level. Across the different models, we see that production diversity is positively and significantly associated with household dietary diversity score. And this means that when the when the on-farm production is complemented with livestock rearing and kitchen garden activity, it significantly influences the household dietary diversity, even in the presence of market access that is controlled by community market access variable. The production diversity one variable that includes the food obtained from all the four production activities, including common property resources. But that is insignificantly associated with household dietary diversity score. This could be possibly because of the fact that the access to these common property resources are made by very poor and marginalized section of the population. Probably because of that reason, the variable could be insignificant. But otherwise, when we see the other combination, other interaction of production activities, we see that it's strongly influences the household dietary diversity score. Again, we see that the market purchase of food at the community level proxied by the average share of non-cereal obtained from market at monthly frequency is positive, and it is significant. Here, I would like to acknowledge that there could be unobserved factors that may jointly affect both production and diversity, like dietary diversity. The right approach is to use instrumental variable approach. In order to address this issue, the paper used cluster level production diversity as an instrument for production diversity. However, the instrumental variable approach diagnostics indicated that the instruments performed unsatisfactorily. Hence, the paper interprets the findings as correlation rather than causation.
Dr. Suganthi, less than a minute left.
Yes. Moving on. Next, we study the association between the consumption score and household dietary diversity. Here also we see that the consumption score is positive and significantly influence the household dietary diversity score. Furthermore, the paper uses a subsample of data on landless and marginalized farmers to explore the association between consumption from household production activity, that is kitchen garden and livestock, and household dietary diversity. This aids in studying the contribution of kitchen garden and livestock rearing on household dietary diversity of small farmers and landless. And here also we see that these consumption of livestock and also consumption from both kitchen garden and livestock is significant for these subsample, that is marginal farmers and landless. So in comparison, moving on to the key results, production diversity indicators are significantly associated with household dietary diversity. Consumption also matters, and access to markets are important for improving the household dietary diversity. Some of the policy implications that comes out of the study.
Can you summarize those quickly, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll quickly do. So markets, basically community kitchen gardens and school gardens are important for landless and marginal farmers, and also government may support sustainable livestock farming for smallholder farmers, and also developing village hearts or developing markets for locally available wild and nutritious food from CPR resources are also important. So these are some of the policy implications that comes out of our study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for concluding quickly. I'd now like to hand over to Dr. Yao Lu for the discussant.
Okay. Hello, is my voice can be heard and the full screen can be seen?
We can hear your voice, we can see your screen, but not the full screen. If you can switch it to a slideshow.
Actually, I put it into the, okay, how about now?
We've got your notes there, so
Oh, I think
can
the
you,
problem is this is the version.
if you could switch to presenter view, just switch the view at the top.
Let me see.
Yeah, up there. Yeah, if you switch to presenter view or display.
No.
There's a button at the top, one of those 3 buttons at the top that you can switch it to a different view.
Different view, different view. Let me see. Sorry.
I think it's the middle button above the slides.
You can just escape and again share it again, Nick.
Yes, let me share it again. How about now? No, the same. You can see the notes.
Yeah.
So if it is not affect the sharing, shall I just start? Can I?
If you switch away from presentation and just go to the slides without presentation, we might be able to see them better.
Okay, let me do it again. Stop and share it.
We've still got your notes. So it's one of the to the left. If you just push the notes to the side, we can use that.
Actually, from my side, I can only see my full screen. That's why.
Okay. Well, we'll go with that.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say that actually this paper is quite informative. And because of the data source, it's quite valuable to share with the society. First of all, the objective of this paper is to examine the association between the household's dietary diversity score and the consumption and production diversity and the market access. And the data, because what I mentioned, because of this data is quite informative. It's had the survey for over 4,000 households from 2 states, Bihar and Odisha, 2 states of India, and be funded by the Bill and Melinda funds, and which is quite valuable. I mean, this data set is quite valuable. And the method, this paper used the ordinary least square model. And for the result, I had summarized into 3 points. First of all, is the production diversity is positively and significantly associated with the household dietary diversity score. The second one is consumption score obtained by the summing the household's consumption sources from home production has a positive and significant association with this score. And the third one is the market integration is significantly contributing to dietary diversity increasing. And for the paper, I have 8 suggestions and 2 questions. And because there's no page mark in the paper, so I may it's really kind of a hard work to do to overread and turn the pages. The first the suggestion is it is better to for the data set, it's better to explain the Kharif and Rabi season in English to let a new reader and to let the international reader to understand why do the survey in these 2 seasons? Is that because it's dry season or something in India language term? This is the first suggestion. And the second, in the data paragraph, it is explained the similarity in terms of social economics and natural conditions in 2 target states, which is Bihar and Odisha. But it's better to explain a little bit more, why these 2 states in India, from India, though we may know it's because of this is the 2 main agricultural and rural states, but still, why? Okay, explain more. And the second suggestion will be for the empirical strategy part, which is I mark it is page number 6. Okay, for this part, I strongly suggest you better to form a conceptual framework to show to the readers what is the linkage or the interaction between and the relationship between the household dietary diversity score and the production diversity market access. And because later on in your paper you also mentioned 4 different models and suggestions, to sum them into a consumption framework to show. And then later on you will find more suggestion related with this conceptual framework, because though I mentioned it's quite informative, this paper. So it is informative. So there's a lot of terms. So that's why you should put into a framework to summarize it. Okay. And put that framework into the third part of your paper. And the third suggestion is go to like the page 7 for the measurement of key variables part. Okay, and it's necessary to state clearly the 4 different combination of production diversities variable, which is shown into your table 5. Table 5, though later on at the end of your this table, you said, you put there already what is the production diversities 1, 2, 3, 4, and you just state it and make it into at the very beginning. Let the readers know, yes, what is what are they? And related with this one, you better to also summarize what is the principal difference between these 4 production diversities like model. What is why you make this 4 different diversities make it into 4 variables? Okay, and the fourth suggestion at the descriptive statistics part in table 1, I understood that this actually you also mentioned for the unit of the variables, but for the first 4, I guess it can be percent. So, but you need to put there, I guess, like the agricultural households, land size less than 1 hectares, households leased in land, household leased out land. These first 5 households having irrigation. This one because there's no units state here in the table 1, so you should put there. Okay, and for the 5th,
Dr. Gao, you've got less than a minute left.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay. So again, later on in the regression result, you better to state clearly, because like what I mentioned, the production diversity and the consumption diversity, you mentioned back and forth, and please make it stated clearly in table 5 and table 6. Okay, let me jump into the question. Since in your, I mean, for the introduction part, you mentioned why you choose that 2 states, plus actually you also said the literacy for the adults female is also one of your key indicator to choose the survey area. So, okay, what is the policy exactly? What is the policy recommendations related to the market access, related with the literacy for adults female? This is the first one. And the second question is, have you ever considered any different policy implementation towards the market accessibility construction based on the a different geographical condition? Actually, you mentioned one sentence in your abstract, but there's no anymore I can find in your discussion. So I think you can strengthen that part. Okay, actually, these 2 questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you would like to respond to those questions, then please feel free to do so. Dr. Saguntha.
Thank you, Dr. Lu, for your wonderful, comments and suggestions. I'm so sorry for not putting the page marker. Somehow I, missed out. So apart from that, whatever you suggested in terms of explaining the Kharif and Rabi season and why Bihar and Odisha was, surveyed. And so Kharif and Rabi, I'll explain it. Why Bihar and Odisha? Because Bihar and Odisha have high prevalence of, child malnutrition, especially stunting, underweight, and wasting. So that was the reason why we chose, I mean, the survey, the project itself chose Bihar and Odisha. And also they are more agriculturally oriented. So we wanted to understand how agriculture sort of influences the dietary diversity of, and we have like a vast, information on child, at the household level, as well as at children level, like children under 5 years of age, and also children under 2 years of age. But this paper specifically focuses on household dietary diversity. We have another paper which had looked at the child dietary diversity, how factors influence, how especially agriculture production influences in child dietary diversity. So that apart. And as you mentioned about the conceptual framework for the empirical strategy, I'll try to do it. It's just that there are so many papers out in the in this area, and most of them have tried to have tried this conceptual framework. So I have cited most of them, but I'll try to explain what conceptual framework which we try to address in terms of different production diversity scores that we have tried to measure. And here we use 4 production diversity scores because what we try to say is that yes, production is important, especially these 2 states. They are more agriculturally oriented, and also we have chosen those districts or regions within the state. They are more agriculturally oriented. But we also try to say that agriculture is one thing, that is on-farm production, but at the same time collection from food collection from CPR resources, and also kitchen garden, because Odisha is very fertile state, and there the kitchen garden activity is more prevalent. But in the case of Bihar, livestock activities are more important, also because they are more vegetarian. I mean, Bihar is like a more vegetarian oriented state, and Odisha is not. So these are the different aspects of these two states, which we try to capture through these 4 production diversity variables. Here we say production as well as the source is also important, because these two states majorly produce rice and wheat on farm, but there are other production activities that supplement these on farm production. So that's why we have tried to construct these 4 variables, and I'll try to explain upfront what are these variables and why we try to do this. Maybe just now it's not very clear, so I'll try to address that. And also in the table, because all these tables are given in terms of percentages, so these are percent, so that also I'll try to put it up in the tables. And also your question related to female literacy, yes, because female literacy is very important for nutritional knowledge, and also for childcare, also for childcare activities. So because of that, and also both these state governments have undertaken several measures to enhance the female literacy rate in these 2 states. And your question related to market access, I have tried to summarize the policy implication slide, sort of summarized various policy that implications that comes out of the study. Majorly in the case of Odisha, the forest collection, the food collection from the CPR resources are very high. So we here try to say that we should create a market for this wild and the indigenous food that is available in these areas, and also that can be expanded to can be made accessible to other states or other. So there is need for creation of such markets, and also village level markets are important for both food access and also for the input access for agriculture production. That I have tried to bring it out. Thank you. Hope this was okay. Thank you, and thank you for your comments and suggestions, and thank you, Chair. Thanks for this opportunity, ADBI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I notice we've got one hand up. If I can ask that person to actually, could you put your question into the box, and I'll ask our speaker to answer it there, because we do have other questions. I'm just going to ask one of them, and then I will ask Dr. Saguntha to reply to them by text. But just one of the questions, and the first question was, why is it that fisheries have not been considered in measuring diversity?
Fishery was not directly measured, but in the case of food collection from CPR resources, households, those who have collected fishery from common property resources like ponds and lakes, that have been incorporated. That's why. So that has been incorporated. Yes. I can see other questions as well. Yes, we can report results for states, separately as well. But here we have reported together.
What I will say, Dr. Saguntha, in the interests of time, if I can ask that you respond to them by text, and thank you very much, Dr. Saguntha and Dr. Yao, for your contributions. We'll get the answers into the Q&A by text, but I'd like to move on to our next and final speaker and discussant. So we have Mingjun Zhu, PhD holder from the College of Public Administration at Nanjing Agricultural University, with PhD in management from there. Also a PhD candidate for Nanjing Agricultural University in Wageningen, particular research focus on resource and environmental policy institutions, land institutions and policies. And our discussant is Dr. Wenjin Long from the College of Economics and Management, China Agricultural University. He focuses on rural labour, agricultural R&D and extension policies, as well as food system transformation. So first off, I'd like to hand over to Mangjing Zhu for your presentation in relation to farmland, marketing and agricultural production, outsourcing service growth, evidence from China's Land Economic Survey.
Yeah, thank you for your kind introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I would like to straight to my presentation. And I'm come from Nanjing Agricultural University, and it's my pleasure to have this opportunity to show my research. And the topic of my presentation today is, I'm sorry, I'm to show my
screen. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's here. Yeah, here. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yeah, we can see you and the screen perfectly, so you're free to go.
Okay. My topic is about farmland marketing and agriculture product outsourcing service growth. Evidence from China Land Economic Service, and our presentation is from 5 parts. And for I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. From these 5 parts. Yep. Firstly, as we all know, farmland transfer play a pivotal role in enhancing resource allocation efficiency, participated in the developed countries. And however, several factors enhancing this effectiveness of those mechanisms at more detailed levels. We found that certain legal restrictions like farmer-side restrictions and rental restriction policies and regulations on tenants' constraints has been implicated in developing countries to mitigate the risks and ensure equal social security. Unfortunately, this has led farmers to rent out their farmland to relatives and their neighborhoods within the village. And in this case, this restrictor may negatively affect the farmers participate in the land rent markets and ultimately reduce the farmers' investment and the whole welfare. So how to enhance the resource agriculture location efficiency is several issue facing most developing countries. And secondly, agriculture product service outsource, we call it AOS for short, and has emerged as a response to the increasing labor shortage. And AOS brings several positive effects, including the cost reduce and increase the agriculture productiveness and improve the technology efficiency. And moreover, AOS is considered as the best management part for farmers, and as it eliminated the needs of harvest events. However, the development of AOS also facing certain restrictions in many developed countries. Short-term project flows in the organization, service, institution, and specific conditions of the service receptions can handle the growth of AOS. Additionally, the local organization service supplying mechanism raised from the small and the fragmentation farmland pies present further obstructed the growth of AOS. In China, farmland transfer emerges in the late 1990s and driven by the series of land tenure reforms, institution changes, and the government intensive programs that actively reduced the balance of market-oriented land transfer, as shown in the figure 1. Thanks to the regulation and the measures and the operating constraint period for farmland has been extended, and the large administration adjustment was being restricted to provide farmers with a more stable and practicable environment. And during this presentation, I will discussing the implication of farmland transfer of agricultural investment and the adoption of AS in China. The marketization of farmland transfer is generally the growing consensus. However, the following factors of farmland of Chinese farmland transfer markets has received limited attention. A formal farmland land market can facilitate the selection of more productive products, reduce the propensity to adjust the planting suggest frequently, and engage the package of AOS, wherein it essential to recognize that the importance of farmland transfer may vary depends on the scenarios. Land in and land out farmland have different effect on the adopting of AOS. Furthermore, the positive effect of farmland on farmers engaged in AOS is enhancing as farmland fragmentation decreases. On the other hand, there are also determinatory about the factors may affect farmers' AOS decisions. And when comparing research from those two aspects, we have identified a researching gap, namely existing research has not adequately focused on the balance relates to the assisted rights and the transaction cost and the scale of carrying AOS from the farmland marketization perspective. Farmland marketization on one hand involve long-term and massive scale planning, which can reduce the uncertainty in agriculture manufacturing surroundings and encourage farmers' investment. On the other hand, farmland market is more conducive to the utilizations of AOS. Furthermore, the endowment program is has been overlooked in those research. Therefore, it is crucial to investigate the potential use of AOS in the market transfer of farmland. The second part of our presentation, we analyze the evolution progress of agriculture mechanization in China, classified it into 3 stages based on the role of markets and administrative force before implicated the household's responsibility systems. The Chinese government provides various service through 7 station and 18 institutions. Following this, the product responsibility system of collective enterprise and the constraint responsibility systems for management was established. And third subside from 1995, socialized system based on market-oriented principle emerged. Based on this trend happens in China, AOS has been experienced a growth for popularity among smallholders. And this approach can be described as a constrictor arrangement between farmers and the service organizations, particularly during various product tasks. It is worth noticing that AOS typically exhibit the short-term characteristic, often lasting for 1 year or one-time basis. Over these years, Chinese comprehensive mechanization rate of crops has significant growth, and this progress has been facilitated by the establishment of a social network system. Farmland transfer is considered as a strategy to elevate the agricultural product pressure placed on farmers. And in light of the analysis present above, we have developed the serious framework to examine the role of market-oriented farmland. Our framework focuses on 3 key aspects: the instability of farmland management rights, financial constraint, and the scale of continual farmers' land. In our analysis, we have identified several key factors stemming from stability expectations, raising rents, and focus on land plots. And those funds lead us to following aspects. Firstly, the implication of writing transfer contraction provide ability to the transitors management-wise, which in turn reduced the uncertainty in AOS transaction. And secondly, the market-oriented transfer of farmland had implications for farmers' operating cost and profitability. And this can increase the farmers' operation cost and it reduced the overall operating profits and may limit their ability to invest in the farmers' machinery. Third, the local government and the village collective organization can action large-scale operator subject and through the implementers of farmland condition and renewal of farmland and facilitation and centralized and continued farmland transfer, and this improves the transaction cost of AOS. In this figure, we observe the serving flow-wise has less impact on fixed costs such as depreciation on farmer machine and fuel consumption. As a result, machine service price decline more slowly compared to the farmer machine product cost, and this makes the cost outsourced lower than the cost of packaging machinery. And in this fishing, quantity present the equilibrium between farmers AOS and the self-support serving outsource. When the scale of farmland operation is larger than C, and farmers tend to package machinery and handling service themselves. Market-oriented transfer have lower outsource cost compared to no-market transfer, and this is because market-oriented transfer alter the characteristic service outsource transaction, and as a result, the alleviation point shift from point A to B, and this transfer lead farmers to switch from the service outsource server operation to AOS. Furthermore, we propose the whole determination positive moderators and the machine per cash subsize negative moderator the effect of farmland transfer marketization on AOS. Due to them decrease the transaction cost of farmland market trans and lower the cost of acquiring and using agriculture machinery respectively. Based on those observations, we propose the following hypothesis. Farmers who engaged in the market-oriented farmland transfer are more likely to involve in AOS. And farmers' own determination positive moderate the impact of farmland market on farmers' AOS decision. And machinery capital per cash subsides negatively moderate the impact of farmland market on farmers' AOS behaviors. And the data we used is come from China Land Economic Service, which including 1,028 286 households rented farmland in, and 571 households engaged in the market oriented arrangement. And in this this is our empirical model. IV two-stage list scale, IV program, IV profit, and IV topic, and the SUR model was being used in this paper. Due to some reason, I would not elaborate on this further. And the results of the t-test indicated a significant difference in the AOS choice and input between the no-market farmland transitier farmers and market transitier farmer, as well as other aspects. We can see that to adjust the potential endorsement, we used the village laws and the flock conventions, 春约民规 as institution variable. And after adjust the endorsement issue, our research found that the market-oriented farmland transfer bring about significant changes in farmers' AOS input. And the finding regrets the moderate effect of farmland ownership determination on AOS, highlights the importance of stable parity rights environment to achieve market-oriented farmland transfer and foster the growing of AOS. In certain regions of China, the policy hypothesis long consolidation and confirmations of land rights has demonstrated a greater effectiveness, and this approach involved initial land improvement and consolidation, followed by restructuring and scientification progress. On the other hand, the agricultural machinery package system indeed have a negative moderator impact on AOS. It is evident that agricultural machinery package subsidies play a curious role in the relationship between farmland market and AOS. The result in the table 5 indicate the market transfer of farmland by ordinary house farmers show a significant positive effect, and this can be attributed to difference in the scale operation and the character of the ordinary households, such as the operator scale, time constraint, and that relies on AOS. And the result in the table 6, it indicates that the positive impact of market transfer on the labor intensive AOS task, suppose it in fact on technology intensive task. And this description can be contributed to the slowing development of the technology intensive AOS task and the elements of land and service technology markets. And this is the last part.
We just have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The main find of our research is the village rulers and the flock conventions act a constraint on marketization of farmland transfer, and farmland market influence the growth of AOS in China. However, it is important to note that the successful farmland transfer marketization depends on the special condition. Interesting, among largest scale farmland, the marketization of farmland does not yet a significant effect on AOS. And additionally, we also find different AOS task efficiency, and the studying provide serving evidence suppose that farmland transfer have an effect on AOS growth. And in the light of this finding, the policy making should be prepared to address the changing trends in the productive input behaviors across different operators subject. So there are 3 kind of perspectives can guide this.
If we can wrap up now, please.
Okay. Thank you. That's my presentation. All your comments are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to thank Mengjin Yu for presentation and hand over to Dr. Wenjin Long from the China Agricultural University as our discussant.
Thank you, Professor Bailey and Mingjin. Can you see my slides?
They're coming, I think. Yeah, if you can put them to full screen.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wenjin Long from China Agricultural University. I'm very glad to be here. So this paper have 3 aims. Is to examine the impact of the farmland transfer marketization on agricultural production, outsourcing services. And the second is to assess the moderating effect of farmland ownership determination on the machinery purchase subsidies. And lastly is to analyze the homogeneity of the scale and the test. So the paper came out 3 main findings, so I will skip out. So I'll come to my major comments first. For the introduction part, I think you need to look at the structure. I think the introduction part is a bit too long now. Yeah. You talk much more on the farmland transfer, but I think you should focus more on agriculture production outsourcing services. Move AOS forward and put more effort, more literature on this part. You tell the reader why AOS is important instead of why farm transfer is important. And then you see there's some literature gap and we miss the link between farmland transfer on AOS, and then you came out to your research question. And in terms of the significance of the paper, I think you should talk more about the link more international literature to Chinese stories. Tell why your topic is important for international readers. And you said something on in the literature. I'm a bit confused. You said you focus on the image of the market-oriented farmland transfer between acquaintance, but you seems didn't talk about this. Why you focus on the land transfer between acquaintance instead of agents or other like entrepreneurships? I don't know whether there may be some mistake, or you can say something about this. Another thing is, I said you said something about the literary gap, but I suggest you clearly state your contribution in the introduction part. You just say this paper has 3 major contributions, 1 block, and second is, then we can see your contribution more clearly. For the part 2, because it's only 1 page, so I suggest you remove this part and merge them into the introduction part or the third part. For the hypothesis, you have 3 hypotheses. I just want to mention 2 issues. One is the way you put your hypothesis. I think the hypothesis should be more directly and more easily to be testified. So you need to formulate your hypothesis to make them more directly and more be easily testified. Another thing is, I think the 3 hypotheses can't cover all the content of your paper. You can look at all the contents in the empirical part. I think the 3 hypotheses can't cover them all. And for the data part, you use CLES 2020 and 2021. So it's only on Jiangsu province. Then you can see something, maybe there's some data limitation, and you can see something at the end of your paper. And I look, you seem only focus on samples for those rented in household. I don't know whether I understand it correctly. So why does the paper only focus on this group? And you also need a definition of marketing rate in household. What does it mean, marketing rate in? And for the method, you use IV and the simile and related model, but if I understand correctly, your data is 2-year panel data, right?
Yeah.
So
2 years.
Yeah. So any panel data method can be applied to your paper. I don't know. You can try it.
Okay.
For table 1, there's some minor issues. First is about the variable name. I suggest you use the variable labels, so we can understand it easily. You don't need the variable definition. Maybe you can just use the variable definition as a variable name. Another thing is about the mean test. Mean test, what does the coefficient mean? The difference between these 2 groups? I can see it clearly. The coefficient between the column of the mean test. And for the variable distribution, some variable you use the original values, some variables you use the log values. So for some of the input or subsets, we can understand why you use the log values, but for some other variables, for example, the average age of labor force, you use the log of age. It's very strange.
Yeah.
You can check all the variables, why some variable use log values and why some use does not use it. And if you have 2 years data, maybe you can show us how the variable changes between these 2 years. I think that may be more interesting. Then you can say, for example, if the rate of farm transfer is rising and the OS input or the adoption of OS is also rising, maybe we can come to a conclusion. For the empirical identifier strategy, you realize there's some endogeneity issues. I want to mention that might be a reverse causality. For example, more AOS may lead less transfer. You don't need to transfer land to other people. You can employ the AOS and they can do the farming for you. And for the IV strategy, you use village regulations and fork conventions as IV. You need to justify it. Why village rules is a good IV. I can't see from the theory why 村规民约 can impact the land transfer, but does not impact the adoption of AOS. And for the sample, you mentioned that you may have 2016 samples, but in the paper, the sample, the observation is 120 to 186. So there's some, the number is different. Why the number is so smaller than the original observations. And for the explanation of the tables, you said much more on the significance, statistical significance, but I think you need more to expand from the economic significance level. What does the coefficient means? You mentioned a lot, this is significant, but what's the attitude? How it's significant, how it's affect the OS? You need to talk more about from the economic significance level. For
We've got less than a minute left, Dr. Long.
Okay, for tables 3 and 4, you call it modulating effect. I don't know why you call it modulating effect. It seems like you just put them into two different samples, right? Why don't you just put these two variables like certified farmers or machine inverse subset into their variables as two variables in the model? Another is these two tables consider endogeneity issues. And for the layout of the table, I suggest you put all the whole result, so we can see the whole result. Again, talk more about from economic story instead of significance, statistically significance. For table 5, you need a definition of scaled operation or ordinary household. And for table, I say you changed the number of the table. It should be table 6. And also,
is this the last comment?
And okay, the last slides. Some main issues. One is grammar issues. You need to check out the whole paper and 8 pages, and maybe put some appendix tables. And be careful, say the largest model is more universally applicable, and care about the different farmer transfer contracts that may be different between individuals and between organizations. People may take more serious between the contracts between organizations, but for individuals, contracts between individuals, farmers in China don't care about the contract. Although they may have writing contract, but they don't apply it. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Long, for those very useful comments. Mungjing Zhu, would you like to respond?
Thank you for your elaborate and comprehensive comments. And your comments is very helpful for our research. And actually, for some reason, I would like to just select to my question and then to answer. And let's see. For the endorsement problem, I think the village voice and the block convenience as an instrument variable, because it is not directly linked to the farmer's concession regulates AOS, but can potentially influence farmland marketization transfer. So we will further consider in another instrument variable. And sorry, let's have a look at the presentation. And for the data issue, our data is collected by our university, one group, and the place selected by them goes the researching fields of those teachers. And but I think it's enough to our research. Maybe it is limited, but I think it's enough. And for the it's a short-term data, so we just as you say, we can find the different the changes of the farmland transform the AOS. Maybe it's a more interesting stories. And sorry. Why we just choose random farmers only? Because as we mentioned in the introduction, rent in and rent out farmland households have different effect on the adoption of AOS, and rent out may have a negative effect on farmers' AOS adoptions. Yeah, this is the reason why we choose rent-in. We want to thinking maybe the sample has some problems, and just so sorry.
No, you're doing fine. Thank you. You're doing well.
Yeah, about the technical issue you mentioned in your comments, and it's very good. I'm great with you, and I will to check and find the issue, the problem in our table and in our industry and in our hypothesis, to make it sure there is no problem. And sorry.
Are you happy you've answered most of the questions?
Thank you. You are nice.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Does anyone else have one final question? Otherwise, we will leave it there.
Hi, Minjun. Please email me so I can send my slides to you. You can check it later.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. If there is no further questions, then I would like to wrap up this session. So I'd first of all like to thank our four speakers, Gulkar Saparova, Pingwei, Dr. Seguntha, and Mingjung Zhu. We had some interesting presentations related to farmer preferences around product information, export duration and market access, farm production and dietary diversity, and the last one in terms of farmland transfer. I'd also like to thank our discussants for some very useful comments and for providing some of the questions and providing insights into the topics for our speakers. That's our discussants were John Marks Sarmiento, Professor Zhuyang Wang, Dr. Yao Lu, and Dr. Wanjing Long. At this point in time, I'd also like to thank those of you who have been attending and listening, and those of you who have put up some questions or raised your hands, some of which may not have been directly answered. I'd like to hand back, I believe, to Dr. Dilrahut just to wrap up and inform you about the next session.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ellison. It was very nice of you to find time for us, and thank you very much for moderating these sessions. It was very well moderated, and also thank you for the closing remarks that you put on the papers. That was excellent. I think you have managed to cover everything. And with this, I'd like to thank everyone, and also we look forward to working with you, Professor Ellison, in future. And let's end for the long break of half an hour, and we come back at 3 for after the lunch.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And see you all at 3 Japan time. Good afternoon, everyone. We had a very interesting and very exciting morning where we had great presentations, discussions, and an outstanding chair. Now we are moving into afternoon sessions, and it's going to be even more interesting. We have very good presenters and discussions, but I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce the chair of the session, and Professor Bailin Gong is the chair for today's afternoon sessions. Professor Bailin Gong, we are very fortunate to have you. Thank you very much for making time for us and being part of this conference. We are very honored to have you, and we look forward to working with you closely. But before I hand over the floor to you for moderating, I'd like to give a brief introductions of Professor Bailin Gong. Professor Gong he's a professor in School of Public Affairs at Zhejiang University, and he's Executive Vice Dean in China Academy for Rural Development, CARD. And he's a President-elect of Agriculture and Applied Economic Association China sections. His research interest includes productivity and economic growth, development economics, agriculture economics, energy and environmental economics. Professor Gong's papers have been published in many academic journals, including the Journal of Development Economics, American Journal of Agriculture Economics. Before joining Zhejiang University, Professor Gong received his BS from Zhejiang University and MS in Agriculture, Food and Resource Economics from Michigan State University. He then received MA in Economics, MA in Statistics, and PhD in Economics from Rice University, and won Rice Outstanding Dissertations Award. Thank you very much, Professor Gong. I'd like to hand over the floor to you.
Thank you, Dil. Thank you for your introduction and your invitation. And thank you for Asian Development Bank Institute for holding this conference. So ladies and gentlemen, I think it's our time to start this session. So in this session, actually, we have 4 papers. I recommend each presenter to control his or her presentation within 15 minutes, followed by discussion for 10 minutes and Q&A for 5 minutes. And I have a special information for the third paper, market participation and pastoral welfare in drought-prone areas. We were informed that the author, Dr. Hitayo, that he will not be able to attend today's conference due to the unstable situation in his country. So alternatively, we received the video recording of his presentation. Therefore, one of our team members will share that presentation video for the third paper. So that is a special information. So without further ado, let me give an introduction of the first presenter. Let's welcome Xiaochen Li, a student from Nanjing Agricultural University and she will give us a talk about does digital financial market participation improve the welfare of rural residents in China based on individual consumption inequality perspective. Okay, Xiaochen, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Professor Gong?
Yes, you can share your screen.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, everything is good. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, now I'm starting my presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Li Xiaocheng, a student from the College of Economics and Management, of Nanjing Agricultural University. It's a great honor to be here to share our phase results of our research. The title of this paper is Does Digital Financial Market Participation Improve the Welfare of Rural Residents in China based on individual consumption equality perspective? The outline of my presentation is as follows. First of all, I'd like to talk about the motivation of this paper. As we all know, consumption equality is a better indicator of differences in welfare among residents. According to China Household Finance Survey in 2019, we found that the average consumption expenditure of rural households is 43,100 yuan, and the Gini coefficient of rural household consumption is 0.424, which is at a high level. Rural residents in China have many obstacles in accessing traditional financial services, and the financial exclusion of disadvantaged groups can increase the inequality between groups because traditional finance is rich-friendly. In recent years, digital finance is rapidly emerging as a new financial mode and expanding into rural market. Compared with traditional financial services, digital financial services think deeper and have more advantages in terms of reachability. And few literatures have explored the relationship between digital financial market participation and rural residents' consumption equality and have not reached consistent conclusions. For one, digital financial market participation alleviates rural household consumption inequality mainly because of payment convenience and credit availability. And the other, divergent levels of digital technology adoption and the lack of information knowledge and skills will widen the consumption gap and increase household consumption inequality. The research question of this paper is that can digital financial market participation alleviate residents' consumption inequality and thus improve the welfare of rural households? This paper explores the relationship between digital financial market participation and individual consumption equality of rural households, and we further explore its intrinsic mechanism and conduct a heterogeneity analysis. This paper contributes to the understanding of consumption equality by investigating the possible channels by which digital financial market participation influences individual consumption inequality of rural households in China. And then we propose the research hypothesis through theoretical analysis. On the one hand, rural residents' participation in digital financial market provides a channel for households to achieve growth in property income and motivates households to use financial instruments for financial transactions, which reduces the financing cost of disadvantaged groups. On the other hand, financial institutions analyze user data from social software and shopping websites to increase residents' credit information, which can increase the availability of credit funds. and thus alleviating the liquidity constraints on and social capital as an important risk sharing for rural households can also reduce precautionary savings. Therefore, we propose the hypothesis as follows. In the next part, I will describe the data used in this paper. The data used in this paper comes from China Household Finance Survey in 2019, conducted by China Household Finance Survey and Research Center of Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. After data processing, a total of 9,390 valid samples are obtained. The dependent variable of this paper is consumption equality. The Kekwani index is used to measure the relative consumption deprivation of individuals by comparing their total consumption expenditure with that of other households in their county. The core independent variable is digital financial market participation, which is measured in 3 dimensions: digital payment, digital lending, and digital finance. Households are considered to participate in digital financial market if they participate in any of digital financial services. To control for the effect of other factors on consumption equality, we introduce a series of control variables, including variables of head characteristics, household characteristics, and regional economic characteristics. The definition and descriptive statistics of these variables is shown in this table. And now I will introduce the empirical strategy briefly. First, we use this empirical model to examine the impact of digital financial market participation on rural households' consumption equality. And then we test the intermediary effect of income inequality and consumption smoothing channels by using a stepwise test regression. In the next part, we report the baseline regression results. This table presents the ordinary least squares regression results, and we can see that digital financial market participation can significantly alleviate rural household consumption inequality. Hypothesis 1 of this paper is verified. The baseline regression model may have endogenous problems due to omitted variables and reverse causality, which cause bias in the coefficients of digital financial market participation. To address the possible endogeneity issues, we conduct the 2-stage estimation by selecting appropriate instrumental variable. The 2-stage least squares estimation results show that digital financial market participation still significantly reduce rural household consumption inequality when endogeneity issues are considered and the baseline regression results are robust. The selective bias may also arise during the analysis in this paper. First, whether or not to participate in digital financial market is a self-selection problem for households, and different households may make different choices depending on household endowments. Second, there may be a selective bias due to the differences in initial conditions between the control entry group. We use the propensity score matching method to address these possible issues. The results in this table show that the individual consumption inequality of households participating in digital financial markets after matching is significantly lower than households who do not participate in digital financial market. To further test the robustness of the baseline regression results, we take the following approach. Firstly, replacing dependent variable. Secondly, adding control variable. Thirdly, adding control variable and replacing dependent variable. We can say that the coefficients and signs of digital financial market participation are similar to the results of baseline regression. After the baseline regression analysis, we conduct the mechanism analysis to verify that digital financial market participation alleviates rural household consumption inequality by reducing income inequality. We conduct a stepwise test to validate the mechanism of mediating effect based on the baseline regression model. The empirical results show that digital financial market participation can alleviate rural households' income inequality, which in return reduce household consumption inequality. Hypothesis 2 of this paper is verified. Second, there are two main consumption smoothing channels, formal and informal. In this paper, we choose the liquidity constraint as a proxy variable for formal consumption smoothing mechanism and social capital as a proxy variable for informal consumption smoothing mechanism. The results in this table show that digital financial market participation can alleviate the liquidity constraints and enhance social capital of rural households, thus reduce their household consumption inequality. Hypothesis 3 of this paper is verified. Then we also do a heterogeneity analysis. First, in order to further investigate the differences in the impact of digital financial market participation on household consumption inequality, we construct a regression of the Kukwani index of subconsumption. We separated the regression estimation for subsistence consumption inequality and development and enjoyment consumption inequality. The results show that digital financial market participation has a greater alleviation effect on development and enjoyment consumption inequality. Then considering the city level heterogeneity, we divide the sample into 3 groups according to their locations. We can say that digital financial market participation can alleviate rural household consumption inequality in all regions. In order to test the differences in the coefficients between groups after group regression, we conducted the Swiss test, and the results show that digital financial market participation has a greater mitigating effect on rural households' consumption inequality in second-tier cities. Finally, we conclude the results of our research. Firstly, digital financial market participation can alleviate household consumption inequality and improve the welfare of rural households. Secondly, the intrinsic mechanism of digital financial market participation affecting household consumption inequality is verified from household consumption inequality and household consumption smoothing channels. Thirdly, digital financial market participation mainly reduces the inequality of development and enjoyment type of high-level consumption, and that digital financial market participation mainly reduces consumption inequality in second-tier cities. And we also propose some policy implications. That's all. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Xiaochen, for your presentation. Next, let's welcome Christopher Gan, the discussant. Dr. Gan is a professor of accounting and finance from Lincoln University. Dr. Gan?
Thank you, Raj. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, before I share my screen, first let me thank Ms. Lee for a good presentation. I enjoy reading your paper. I feel your paper have merits and potential, but there are room for improvement to sort of revise your paper before you think of submission to a journal publication. Overall, the paper is good, but the focus of the paper that I felt you spend a lot of time econometrically on the paper, but on the background information, on the data discussion, on the conclusion implication, it lacks novelty. It's like at the end of reading your paper, I ask myself, so what have we learned? How do we move forward? So my comments is not to criticize your paper. My suggestion comment is to help you to improve your paper that you have potential to publish, okay? So let me share my screen with you. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the paper used the 2019 China Household Survey to investigate digital finance participation in terms of the consumer consumption inequality. Like I say, the topics appear to be interesting. Empirically, very well done. You provide some reason for the importance of the study, and you ensure, which is very good, I would say, modeling option, robustness tests, and sometimes I think it's beyond what you need to do, right? But I think your paper merit but room for improvement. My question is, what is the theoretical lens? Why is it so appealing to look at consumption inequality of instead of income inequality? And this has to be clearly brought out in the background information. When we talk about consumption inequality, are we looking at, I assume your paper is looking at consumption inequality in general. When we look at consumption, we look at food consumption, non-food consumption, a different story, you know? And if you look at it, you break it down, the question is then which consumption equality is more significant, the food consumption or the non-food consumption item, because you're looking at rural household, right? And financial literacy is very important, especially for the rural house. I read a lot of this in the literature, looking at digital finance and looking at most paper when they talk about digital finance, they also touch into financial inclusion. Having digital finance is one thing. Allowing the rural house to access it is another thing. And this is one thing that very crucial for your introduction when you talk of your rural household. Towards the end, you talk about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 city levels. And I assume tier 1, tier 2 city levels are more robust infrastructure, more well developed in terms of the technology, in terms of digital finance compared to the tier 3 level city. This all should be in your introduction so that when people read your paper, they then get a sense of where you're going and how you're going to, by when I read your paper, I'm assuming that you are saying that every provinces that you take from your data, they have access to all this technology and so on, right? So this is my suggestion, that add a holistic lens to the meaning interpretations of your topics that will lead to the theoretical framework, literature, and so on, right? The paper lacks the literature's review section, the conventional type. You should provide counter argument, positive, negative effect of digital financial market participation consumption inequality, and also try to blend in with the financial inclusion, because that is very critical. Digital finance is not the same as financial inclusion. We assume it is, but it's not, right? And you need to argue the relationship between financial participation and rural consumption inequality, and that it has not reached a consistent conclusion that would allow you to develop your research gap a justification, the novelty of the paper. So I put up a paper here for you to look into, which this author done quite well in the background information and literature review, right? And how does the inclusive nature of digital finance market make some low-income group or credit-constrained rural household, which you mentioned a lot in your paper, gain more benefit, help to narrow the income gap, reducing rural house consumption inequality, improve rural household welfare? You should write an overarching theoretical framework that explain underlying hypothesis of interest, how you link them to the dependent variable, independent variable, looking at both old and recent published paper, right? My question to Ms. Lee, I want you to tell me, is it possible to get data beyond 2019? Can you get any household data after 2019?
No, that's a receipt. That's the most recent.
That's the latest data you can get.
What?
Am I correct? Is that the latest household data you can get hold of? Your household data is 2019. Is that possible to get data beyond 2019? The China rural household data, survey data.
No, this is the latest.
Okay, because if you can, then your paper will be very good if you can do that. You know why? Because 2019 is before COVID-19. And after 2019, you look at, so a paper like yours, if possible in future, is look at pre-COVID, post-COVID. Because why? When we have the COVID-19, digital finance, whatever platform you talk about, whether it's going to be management, marketing, finance, is escalated because of the health pandemic issue that we have with social distancing and everything. So it became that it's a must for everyone. So then the question is, does that mean that consumption inequality will be reduced or what? We do not know until you get data, test it. So that will be very interesting if you can get it. But in your data part, you should clearly discuss about the sample that you have, the provinces you choose, and how you divide them into tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 city level. Our tier 1s are more developed than tier 2, tier 3. Our tier 1 that have a better geography infrastructure than tier 2, tier 3. That way, then people, when read your paper, then you understand, because why? When you have digital finance, it does not mean that every single rural area will be fully accessible, fully implemented, and so on, right? And in terms of your empirical method, I really have no query because you've done well. You look at the matching score for your selectionary bias. You look at the endogenous issue. Statistic never lie, right? The discussion and interpretation on your econometric part is good, right? But in terms of storytelling, that's where it's lacking. Very good statistics, but the story is not out there. It's like, so I participate in digital finance, my consumption inequality fall. That is just too basic, right? You need to discuss on the practical managerial implication in the sphere of what can we learn from your study. And the discussion based on the empirical result, are these implications consistent with the findings of previous study and the conclusion of your paper, right? For example, you suggest that necessary to further play the role of digital financial participation in reducing income inequality through promoting entrepreneurship, non-farm employment, etc. But however, you did not discuss this a lot in your parameters, in your variable. Another thing that I would like to see for paper like that, but especially when you talk about the demographic factors, question is, how does the demographic information of the rural household related to the main result of your empirical result? That's very important to play the story, to tell the story, right? Your result clearly demonstrate the benefit of digital financial market participation that mainly reduce consumption inequality in the second tier city. Thus, in terms of policy implication, what strategy should the Chinese government put in place of the third tier level city? How are they going to be improved and so on, right? So this is all my suggestion to you. And I applaud you. You are doing a paper where I searched the literature. Few people attempt to look at consumption inequality. When they look at inequality, they always like look at income inequality because it's quite easy to measure that. When it comes to consumption, it's a challenge. You have done a very good job, and I think your paper have great potential, and it could be a springboard for future looking at. One thing you need to put in your paper, in your conclusion part, is the limitation and the future. What would you recommend people to do from your paper? And one thing is to look at pre-COVID, post-COVID, and maybe break the consumption inequality into food item, non-food item, because non-food item are durables. It could be also look at people paying for their utility bills and so on, right? Thank you very much. Professor Gong, I give my comments to Ms. Lee. Let me stop sharing. Okay. It looks like we have lost Professor Gong. Miss Lee, you have any comments, any question? I mean, if you want, you can write to me later on and get more detailed feedback from me to improve your background and conclusion part, because I do a lot of research in this area. I have several of my PhD students that actually works on digital finance and financial inclusion at present.
Yeah, I will email you
Yes,
after this conference.
sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Rahul, I think we lost Professor Gong.
No worries. Actually,
oh, he's no, yeah.
Professor
I'm
Gong
here.
is not.
Can you guys hear me?
Professor Gong, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys.
Yes, Professor Gong, we can see you now.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I mean the web is not that stable. Thank you, Dr. Gan. I think we have 3 minutes for Q&A. So for all the audience, if you have any question, feel free to ask. So if there's no questions, let's move to the next presenter. But before that, let's give applause to Xiaochen Li and to Dr. Gan. Thank you for your time and the comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gong.
Okay, let's move to the next presenter, Evie Maria. She is a PhD student from Justice Limburg University of Gimson, and her paper's title is Smallholders Integration and Governance in Indonesia's Third Wave Coffee Value Chain. Okay, the floor is yours, Evie.
Thank you, Professor Gong, for your introduction. Can you see my screen well? My presentation?
Yeah, it's full screen. It's okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present this paper on the title of Smallholders Integration and Governance in Indonesian Third Wave Coffee Value Chain. This is a joint work with Dr. Bente Castro Campos. This is the structure of my presentation today. I will start with the background and then move to the theoretical framework, material and methods, and goes to the results, conclusion, and finally limitation and outlook for this research. To give you a little bit background about the coffee sector in the country, so Indonesia is the world's fourth largest coffee producing country after Brazil, Vietnam, and Colombia, based on the latest data in 2022. And the total area of coffee plantation in the country is 1.25 million hectares, which the majority was cultivated by smallholder farmers, accounting 98.14%, while large plantations only cultivate around 1.86%. And the coffee sector employed 1.77 million people in the country. And as the data in 2022, the total value of coffee export from Indonesia is around 1.14 billion US dollars, which primarily ships to the US, Egypt, and to Germany. So in terms of coffee value chain, there are 3 different systems of global coffee value chain that recognized globally, which is in a coffee sector, it's called as waves. Starting from the first wave, which is the history of first wave coffee was returned back in the 18th century, where coffee has started widely cultivated in the tropical regions to the European colonizations. And another important characteristics of first wave is the bulk productions and mass consumption of coffee. And during the first wave, the large food corporation mostly control the coffee markets, and the coffee price also controlled by the market price. And the second wave, it was started in 1971, around that time, where the specialty coffee is emerged, where the coffee is starting to be differentiated by quality instead of bulk production or mass consumption. And in the second wave, the coffee chain Starbucks, which is founded in 1971, play important roles in popularize these waves. And the last wave of coffee value chain is it's called third wave, which is coined, the terminology is coined by a coffee roaster from Norway in 2002, where coffee started becoming artisanal products. And during this time, coffee is differentiated by origin, taste, roast, brew, and brewing methods. And then in this third wave value chain, there is a new generation of micro or small coffee roaster, which popularized this direct trade with the smallholder farmers. So in terms of the actors of who involved in the coffee value chains, as I will present in this graph, we can see the difference of how many actors involved. For the first wave and second wave, it's not so much difference in terms of the layer of the value chains. Started with smallholder farmers, and generally there will be always a local middleman, and there will be another trader or exporter, and an importer and roaster and retailer, and then finally to the consumers. And in terms of second wave, based on this research by De Pero and Tedisco say that Starbucks is not so much different from the first wave, which is with all the layers before the products comes to the consumer. On the other hand, the third wave coffee offer a new layer, a new chain of coffee, which is shorter from smallholder farmers to either to individual processor or cooperative or farmer groups, and then this middlemen sort of have a direct direct agreement with the domestic or international roaster, and then from this roaster, and then the products goes to the end consumers. So this paper tries to answer these 2 research questions. First is how are coffee smallholders integrated into the third wave coffee value chain in Yogyakarta and Central Java province in Indonesia. And the second question is, what is the applicability of Williamson's transaction cost economics framework in examining the governance system of the third wave coffee value chains? Move to the theoretical framework, we use transaction cost economics by Oliver Williamson. Basically, the transaction cost is the cost of running a firm's economic systems. And transaction cost economics is often used to analyze the governance in supply chains. And logically, according to Williamson, like firms or companies will choose a model of governance structure that minimize the transaction cost. And in evaluating the transaction costs, there are several variables that be used, which is a frequency of exchange, asset specificity, uncertainty, and a threat of opportunism. move to the material and methods. The research is conducted in 2 locations. The third wave roaster located in Yogyakarta province and the smallholder farmers located in the central Java province. The data is collected during 2 separate fieldworks in 2021 and 2022. So in terms of data, this research is qualitative, using qualitative methods. So in terms of data, we collected data in form of semi-structured in-depth interviews. We collected 6 in total. These are the actors who involved in the third wave coffee value chains. So we conducted the interviews and we recorded the conversations, and then we process it into analysis. So we use quality content analysis method to analyze the data. So basically, the process of analyzing the data is transcribing the conversation or the interview with the respondents, translation into English, and then coding the contents, doing content analysis using the coding structure. This coding is determined previously, which is making the code like concept-driven coding. The coding was determined based on the Williamson's typology in transaction cost economics, and also we use several factors by Kaplinski and Morris, which is the point of entry of value chains to understand how the integration process started. And then we also try to map the value chain, like how the integration process and how the value chains integrated, like how many actors involved in the value chain, and also the flow of the products and flow of money. Go to the result. This is the description of the villages where when we conducted the fieldwork. There are 2 villages. Village A produce Robusta coffee. It's the altitude is 400 until 700 meters above sea levels. The altitude is suitable for Robusta plants. And in Robusta farms, the smallholder farmers process the coffee in form of green bean from cherry harvest the green beans, and then they sell in form of green beans. And the village B, located in the same district, located in the higher elevation, 1300 until 1600 meters above sea level, which is Arabica is more suitable in the more higher altitude and cold climates. And in this Arabica village, the smallholders sell in form of cherries after harvest. So moved into the result, the case study 1, the smallholder integration in the Robusta third wave value chain. So based on the qualitative content analysis, then we are able to map how the smallholders are integrated into the value chains. So this is the result. So basically, like the 12 roaster and one smallholder and coffee processor, they met in an online community of coffee enthusiasts. And then the third wave roaster visited the coffee farms. And this one smallholder and processor give the sample of the green beans. The third wave roaster then do some tests of the green bean by roasting them and taste them, and then to see whether it's meet the quality and the taste. And in this case, if it's in case of it's not meeting the standard by the third wave coffee roaster, then there will be no transaction, and then the smallholder have to sell to other buyers. And then in case of meeting the quality and taste, then there will be informal agreements, and then the third wave middleman will sell the third wave roaster on regular basis, and then there will be a regular quality control by the third wave roaster as well. So this one smallholder who also act as a middleman in this case also have to source the green beans from other smallholder, because he's also he only cultivate a small farm of land, so it's not enough to fulfill the quantity demand by the third wave, that's the roaster. That's why he has to source from other smallholders in the village. And in the case of producing a good quality of coffee, there's a process will the coffee bean is sorted into like the similar shapes, similar color. There is no broken green beans, for example, and then from that process there will be like residual of green beans, which the smallholders can then sell to other markets at a lower price. So and this is the chain basically on the Robusta third wave value chains. started with smallholder farmers. In this case of Robusta, all the smallholders process the cherries into green beans and then sell to the middleman. The middleman is the person who initiates the contact with the roaster and then sell to the third wave roaster, and then third wave roaster then process more and then either sell directly to the consumer or to other coffee shops and then the consumer. And then we also can see the flow of products and flow of money from these actors. And case study 2, we also do the same thing with the Arabica third wave value chains. The process, this one is a little bit different from the beginning. So in this case, the third wave roaster actually goes to the village where the coffee farms are located. Like in general, during the interview, he mentioned that he always visiting a coffee producing region all over the country to look for a good quality of coffee. And then in this case, he met the one smallholder or processor who can provide him with the green bean sample, and then the same process goes again. There will be a test of quality and testing on quality and test. Either meeting the transaction, there will be meeting the quality, and then there will be transaction, or if not, then there will be no transaction, and then the farmers has to sell to other buyers. This is the value chains of Arabica third wave coffee. A little bit shorter than the Robusta one, starting with the smallholders. So the smallholders we sell in form of coffee cherries after harvesting, and then directly sell to this one smallholder and processor, which also act as a middleman. And then this processor will process the cherries into green beans, and then he does all the process and before selling to the third wave roaster, and the third wave roaster will sell directly to the consumers. So using the Williamson transaction cost economics and based on the qualitative data analysis that we done, we come up with this proposition of the characteristic of governance in the third wave coffee value chains, which is high in asset specificity, high in frequency of transaction, high of risk uncertainty because of the informality of the agreement. Like there is no written agreement, is based on just trust and just based on informality. Therefore there is the high risk of uncertainty. So the demand or from the roaster can stop at any time. However, the threat of opportunism, especially from the side of smallholder, is very low because in the location where we conducted the research, there is no other buyers that actually offer higher or even the same price as this third wave roaster. Therefore, it's in these two cases, like the third wave roaster are the best buyers that these smallholders can sell to. So come up to the conclusions. So the actors in the third wave value chain do not opt for formal agreement or enter into hierarchy, despite high asset specificity, frequency of transaction, and risk of uncertainty. And this fact is depart from Williamson's concept that when these factors like higher asset specificity, high frequency of transaction, high of risk of uncertainty, like his proposition is just like firms will move to a hierarchy or move into more formal contracts, but it didn't happen in the third wave value chains. And our conclusion is also say that the Williamson's typology helps to better understand some elements of this asset specificity, frequency of transaction, and level of uncertainty and risk of opportunism in the third wave value chains. However, it doesn't support, or that it fails to explain why normal agreement are made, even though there is either frequent and repeating transaction occurs between these actors in the third wave value chains. And then finally, it comes to the limitation and outlook. So in this case of Robusta third wave, it actually does not fully align with the concept of third wave, which is the third wave is emphasizing on Arabica specialty coffee. However, this Robusta, the characteristic of the coffee is doesn't fully align with the specialty coffee. It's Robusta has different characteristic than Arabica. And another limitation is just this case study focused on local third wave value chains. And we suggest that for the future research could explore connections between Indonesian coffee smallholders and third wave roaster in the non-coffee producing countries. This is some of the references for this presentation slides. So yes, I think I finished my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Evie. Thank you for the presentation. This is the afternoon, so coffee makes us awake. So does your coffee paper. Thank you very much. Then let's welcome our discussant, Adrian Rogers Del Valle, student from University of Oviedo, Spain. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will now proceed with sharing the slides. Are you able to see?
Yeah, it's good. I can see your screen.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, before starting, I wanted to thank the authors of this work for their highly informative and interesting paper as well as presentation. And I will start by providing a summary of this paper and then proceed by offering some suggestions that might improve the paper even further. So first of all, the paper provides a comprehensive analysis of governance structure and smallholders' role in the third wave coffee value chain in Indonesia. The topic this paper covers is significant because in the literature, there's a relatively large gap in that there's basically no research done on the third wave coffee value chains, and in particular on the governance structure. The authors make use of the Williamson framework to uncover potential sources of transaction costs, which might then explain the governance structures. At the end, they also test the suitability of utilizing this framework within this context. In order to achieve the research objectives, the authors make use of qualitative analysis, and in total 6 interviews were conducted in the provinces of Central Java and Yogyakarta. The paper finds that there is a high degree of asset specificity, transaction costs, and frequency, as mentioned or explained in the Williamson framework. However, they find that there are no formal governance structures that are chosen. In particular, there is a hybrid form of governance structure chosen. The authors conclude that the Williamson framework might be limited, therefore, in this context. I will now continue with some suggestions. I would also like to point out that, in fact, I have more experience with quantitative research, so many of the points will be related to the inclusion of data. But I still hope that, that is helpful. So in the paper, I did not find a very strong policy implications, which I think is quite important for the paper to include, maybe in the conclusions of the paper. I think the paper has a lot of potential to offer explicit advice to policymakers, and I would recommend developing this even further. The inclusion of macro data at the beginning of the paper provides, in my opinion, a very clear motivation of the paper. There are many Indonesians being employed in the coffee industry, and I would further recommend including these macro data for the provinces of Yogyakarta and Central Java, for which the paper focuses on in particular. This would give the paper more a background, bigger background. I would also recommend for the authors to explain why these regions in particular were chosen. So was it an arbitrary choice, or were there certain characteristics within the region that were representative for Indonesia as a whole, or maybe some other reasons why? Point number 4 is extrapolation. So the authors, they focus on the regions of Yogyakarta and Central Java, and it is my understanding that they wish to generalize the results derived from these 2 regions and apply the results for the whole of Indonesia. If this is true, I think the paper should also try to convince the reader that regions in Indonesia as a whole, or at least most of them, have similar characteristics to these 2 regions for the generalization to be accurate. I would also, in particular, also focus on regions that have dissimilar characteristics to these 2 regions, which also might help with point number 1, with policy implications. So that if any policy implications are given, that the authors might then say, okay, it is not applicable for certain regions. the advice. I believe also that the paper explains very well the differences between the second and the third wave value chains. However, I would also additionally recommend adding empirics and describing even more the characteristics of these and differences and uniquenesses and similarities between these two types of waves of value chains. I would also find it interesting if the authors would include data on big firms operating in these regions that are participating in these waves of value chains. The reason I recommend this is it might explain why the third wave value chain was also introduced into Indonesia, because there's a very elaborate literature that connects global value chains with technological spillovers. One example of a paper is Roderick 2018. So if there are any big firms operating in international firms operating in these regions, this might also provide more context. I would recommend the authors to remove the paragraph that contains the sentence. However, this paper specifically will present the qualitative analysis of research with a focus. This paragraph, I would recommend the authors to remove because they're referencing a second paper that they're concurrently working with concurrently with this paper. And I believe it is better for each research paper to be seen as one independent unit and not reference another paper which is currently undergoing elaboration. I would also that the paper explicitly says that there's in fact data which is currently being used in second paper. I would recommend the authors to move some of the quantitative data from the other paper into this one. Again, this is tying up with the previous points. As a final point, I would also, I don't know if this is a requirement with qualitative analysis, but I would find it at least interesting to also enumerate the specific characteristics of each interviewee that are mentioned in the paper. For instance, I found an interesting example of one of the processors or middlemen, third wave Robusta middlemen that improve their skills by learning from the internet. So in this case, I would find it interesting to know if this middleman, what is perhaps the age group of the middleman, what is the education levels, do they have maybe, are they married or not? Do they have a family living in a big urban area and maybe the family member has contact with internet, or I don't know. But I believe by providing additional characteristics, there could be also potential for even more elaboration for the paper. Yeah, so yeah, again, thank you for writing the paper. I found it very interesting. I think the contribution is also quite clear, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your valuable time and comments. So we still have 5 minutes for more Q&A. So if you have any question, please feel free to ask. And you can click the raise hand to ask your question first.
Thank you, Adrian, for your comments.
Thank you.
So do we have more questions and comments? If you're interested in Starbucks or coffee, more information, knowledge.
Or I can also give also my comments to Adrian's feedback. Okay, sure. I will ask some of the your comments about elaborating the policy implication. We actually we thought about it to put like how for example the regulation of the governments can support these smallholders, because apparently this third wave offer like higher price compared to the conventional value chains. And then we think also, again, one of the characteristic of third wave is its informality, and this is different from this certified certification like this. Yeah, so we also we thought about putting the policy implication, but then we think about again like because this is a kind of like artisanal products, and then in the informality, it's the one of the main characteristic of the third wave value chain. But however, anyway, we will consider it again about this policy implications. And why choosing this region? So the research is basically starting with the roster first in this province, Yogyakarta province, and then from this roster, we ask them like how, from where did you get the coffee? And then they will inform us, we get it from these regions. And this Central Java province is in the Java island is the biggest coffee producer in the whole island, and that's why the province where the coffee producer located are more like urban area. There's no coffee farms there. While of course they will always produce to the neighboring province, where this is one of the province where have the largest coffee farm in the island. This is the reason why the region is chosen. Include macro data on the regions. You mean like statistics of the coffee production or trade or?
Exactly. I think this would help, because I found it very valuable, the inclusion of microdata at the beginning of the paper. But this again ties a bit maybe with the choice of the region, like what you explained. The regions were chosen because it's the regions produce a lot of coffee. So maybe it would reinforce this point by including macrodata.
Okay, and then comparing characteristic of each region, which region are dissimilar? Yeah, but the thing is, these two regions are, one is coffee producing regions, and one is more urban area where more like cities. So, I mean, if it's gonna be like comparing regions, probably with another coffee producing regions, not Central Java. That's if it's going to compare, but it's not really the where the data is collected. And then adding differences between second and third wave, and we also like we concerned about the limitation of the words and pages. Like we could explain more about the differences, like I show in the graphs in my slides, which is actually like if I can explain it in words, it's going to be quite long. So we also think about, okay, how like including considering limitation of the words for paper, usually 9,000 words. That's why we kind of limit it. But we will see it again, and I will check the book by Roderick. Thank you for recommending. And what else? I will remove the this paper. This is one paper, because we will have another one which is quantitative. It's part of the whole research. That's why I think but I think I can just remove that statement. And and then maybe we can add more like statistics, descriptive statistic information, which we have. And then characteristic of the for example, this smallholders learning from YouTube how to process a coffee. I found it also very interesting, and it's good feedback. And then we can add it, I guess, one of the characteristics of these people. And then what differentiates of this certain, because not every smallholder has this kind of motivation and capacity to learn from the internet. So not everyone. The other is just selling as normal. So
I think that this could also tie up maybe with the policy implications. Like if you find evidence that there are some workers that have upgraded their skills for free, basically by using the internet, this could tie in with maybe some recommendations. So I'm as something that comes from my head, right? But I think this would come naturally when adding this extra data.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a time to move to the next session, but I mean, after this conference, you can communicate through emails. Okay, let's move to the next paper. This is a paper entitled Market Participation and Pastoral Welfare in Drought-Prone Areas. I think the discussant, Catherine, is here. And for your information, the author of this paper, so the author of this paper informed us that he will not able to attend today's conference due to the unstable situation in his country. Alternatively, we received a video recording of his presentation. Therefore, one of our team members will share the presentation video. But after the video, we are still appreciate if Dr. Catherine Bicknell can give some, discussion of this presentation, and then later, I think our member will send the recording to the author. So we still appreciate your comments after this presentation video. Okay, let's share the video first.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're attending from. I'm presenting a study entitled Market Participation and Pastoralist Welfare in Drought-Prone Areas, a Dose Response Analysis. This is a study carried out by Asresu Itayo, Girma Kase, and myself, Igezu. Ethiopia owns a huge livestock population, contributing to agricultural GDP 40% and 20% to the country's GDP. The growing demand for livestock products expands the market opportunities for the smallholder farmers in the country, and market participation potentially pulls rural people out of poverty and contribute to the first sustainable development goal. Goat production, being a smart agriculture, reduces the negative impact of climate change, thereby also contributing to sustainable development goal number 13. Low market participation undermines the development of a climate resilient economy. Market imperfections and lack of financial and physical capital reduces incentives for market participation. These constraints are the focus of livestock marketing development strategies in Ethiopia. Pastoralists use marketing as an instrument for regulating herd size and also avoiding or managing risk. But most studies overlooked the endogeneity of market participation decisions of pastoralists. Therefore, this study contributes to the literature by bringing multivariate and selection models into the livestock market literature, but it also contributes to the livestock development strategy in Ethiopia by analyzing the effect of market participation in reducing poverty in the country. The empirical model is specified following Tyler and Adelman 2003, where the multivariate probit model that captures the farm household's decision to participate is specified as YIM is equal to 1 if Y star IM is greater than 0, while the latent variable Y star IM is specified as a function of alpha M, the constant, plus a product of the variable the vector of explanatory variables xim and the vector of coefficients beta m, plus the market fixed effect mu im and the error term eim. The intensity of participation is captured by a multivariate Tobilt model, which is specified as ZIM is equal to ZIM star if ZIM star is greater than 0, or ZIM is equal to 0 if ZIM star is less than or equal to 0, where ZIM star is specified as a linear function of the constant alpha m plus the product of the vector of explanatory variables xim and the vector of coefficients beta m, plus the inverse Mills ratio IMR, IM estimated from the first Probit model to capture selection bias, and plus the mu-im, which is the market fixed effects term, and then EIM, which is the error term. The dose response model is used to measure the impact of market participation on income and poverty indicators, where y is equal to, when y is equal to 1, the income and poverty indicator Q1i takes a value of alpha 1i plus product of the explanatory variable vector and the coefficient vector x1 beta 1 plus ht plus the error term. When y is equal to 0, the outcome equation Q0i is equal to alpha 0 plus x 0i beta 0i plus e 0i. Ethiopia, in terms of the study area, the study was carried in Ethiopia, which boasts to have 51 million goats as per the data from 2020, and the study area is 75% in the drought-prone parts of the country, which is characterized by erratic rainfall. A multi-stage sampling approach was used to draw 357 pastoralist households from 3 markets in this study area for the study. In slide 8, we have the results of the Probit model that captures the propensity of participation in goat marketing. The results show that larger households are more likely to engage in goat sales than in goat purchases, implying that pastoralists with large families are more net sellers than others. The possible explanation for the higher sales is that larger families are more likely to have a greater financial pressure to meet pressing needs, such as purchasing food items, including cereals and legumes. Pastoralists with a large share of goats in their livestock are more likely to buy goats, mainly because households specialized in goat rearing generate cash from milk selling, or they may use it as a means of wealth accumulation, and also coping mechanisms to manage risk. Purchases could also be for restocking flocks when they get older with younger ones. Transaction costs generally have negative effects on pastoralist market participation decisions. Specifically, fixed transaction costs have strong negative effect on pastoralists' likelihood of participating in goat sales and purchases, whereas variable transaction costs that vary with the volume of transactions also have a positive and significant effect on the decisions of pastoralists to participate in the goat market. The propensity of pastoralists to purchase goats remains high even when transaction costs increase. This finding could be explained by the need for high-quality marketing information, as pastoralists are more sensitive to changes in the purchasing price than to the selling price. Access to veterinary services also has a negative and statistically significant effect on participation in sales. In slide 9, I present the results on intensity of market participation, which is the Tobit model. Female-headed households are more likely to purchase a larger number of goats than male-headed households. And older farmers tend to buy significantly more goats than younger farmers. This is really counterintuitive, and it's in contrast to the life cycle effects. But cultural values that place greater importance on the number of goats owned as an indicator of wealth status can provide the explanation. Larger families have significantly fewer purchases than smaller families. And another finding is that the proportion of goats in the total livestock owned by a household has a positive and statistically significant impact on the number of goats purchased. Transaction costs also affects the extent of market participation in sales and purchases. Distance from market has a negative and statistically significant influence on the number of goats purchased. In slide 10, I present the welfare impact of goat market participation. The distribution of average treatment in the treated ATET is to the right of the distribution of average treatment effect ATE and average treatment in the non-treated ATE-NT, suggesting that the mean per capita income of the participant pastoralists is higher than that of the non-participants and the total sample average. The dose response function shows that per capita income increases with the percentage of goats sold. And the marginal effect of dose response function shows that the increase in per capita income occurs only when the number of goats sold increases by at least 45 percentage points. In conclusion, livestock market participation has a significant impact on per capita income and poverty, and public investment in the development of market infrastructure is highly justified. Investing in market information systems and market facilities increases participation and reduces impulsive marketing. Therefore, introducing policies that can create better access to financial institutions and insurance services help promote commercialization among pastoralists. And with this, I conclude and thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Next, let's welcome Dr. Catherine Bicknell to give us some comments about this presentation.
Oh, thank you very much. It was certainly a pleasure to be able to read the paper, and I must say that I'm sorry and a bit sort of distressed. I feel compassion for the fact that the presenter couldn't be here with us today because of the sort of instability. My heart goes out to him, and I'm just sorry to hear that that he's been affected in that way. What I'll do is I'll share my screen, which I believe now so you can see.
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Yeah, super, thank you. Okay, well, as I say, it gives me great pleasure to have had the opportunity to read and to comment on this empirical study. As we've seen, it examines the factors that are associated with market participation for Ethiopian goat farmers, and then assesses that the impact of that market participation, particularly the sale of goats, on economic welfare. And there were 4 measures of economic welfare chosen: per capita income, poverty head count, poverty gap, as well as poverty severity. And it was that poverty severity result one of the things that I found most interesting about the paper. Data for the empirical analysis gathered from drought-prone regions in Ethiopia and considered responses from well over 300 pastoral households. And as we've seen, a double hurdle model was used to examine both the propensity to engage in market activities and the extent of that engagement. So taking into account some of that that endogeneity that takes place. And then finally, the dose response functions developed to explore the relationship between that market participation and household welfare. So I've got a few comments on the paper. I certainly feel that goats provide many advantages over cattle for smallholder farmers, particularly in those drought-prone regions. But just a couple of comments did catch my eye at the beginning, and they don't necessarily have any impact on method or results, but I was just the comment was made throughout the paper about sort of climate smart production and things that we all want to consider when we think about production, and particularly livestock-based production. And a statement was made about goats being relatively low emitting animals. But my understanding of that empirical literature on emission intensity is that goats are actually do produce more methane per unit of output than cattle do. So again, a relatively small point, but just it did catch my attention as I dove into the paper. There was also a comment about enhancing livestock productivity through intensification. And once again, the research that I've sort of seen and conducted suggests that intensity is a real driver of farm level greenhouse gas emissions on per hectare and per animal bases. So again, just those comments and that caught my attention and slowed me down in the reading, and I thought I might just just point that out. And in terms of the sample and study design, I did notice the data was a little bit old. It was collected almost 10 years ago. And I do wonder, particularly in the sort of empirical situation in Ethiopia, how much is changing, through time, in the recent past. And so it did catch my attention that the data was a bit dated. The other thing that caught my attention, now the first stage of that double hurdle model, so it was equation 1 in the presentation and in the paper, was specified with two equations, with the decision to sell as well as the decision to buy. But just by looking at those descriptive statistics and sort of figuring out what proportion of the farmers engaged in selling and buying and only purchasing, what I believe to be the case is that the group that only purchased, because it was such a small proportion of the overall sample, it looked to me like it might have been dropped, or that I'm not sure that data was used. And so really what we had, as opposed to the decision to sell and the decision to buy being mutually exclusive, I believe what happened was that it was the decision to buy and sell versus the decision to only purchase, if that makes sense. So it just suggested that market participation results maybe should be interpreted within the context of factors that influence the decision only to sell, and then factors that influence the decision to both sell and purchase. So like I say, I don't think that that first stage of the double hurdle was those engaged only in selling and those engaged only in purchase. I think that as I say, that it was maybe only selling, but then those who purchased and sold. if that makes sense. Another issue, I suppose, in that second stage, just because I took a look at the distribution of the variables that in the paper, and certainly the dependent variable is discrete or count, with some real sort of major outliers in each group. And I wondered whether there was any consideration given to using account data model, or a model specifically for count data in that second stage. And just wondered whether the outliers might have influenced some of the, had a particularly heavy influence on the results. So just a bit of an open question, I suppose, for the authors to consider. And so particularly interested in the dose response model. I think overall the results seem to be fairly indicative that essentially those economic welfare measures did improve with the extent of the involvement in the market. But I guess I had two questions, one of which isn't reflected here. One of the questions was it appeared that the variable on participation was expressed as proportion of the herd sold. And what I was curious about is whether 100% meant a total depopulation of the herd. And I did begin to wonder about the dynamics involved in some of this, in the sense that, if 100% market participation, I just wasn't quite clear on what the definition of if that variable meant, if you like, whether it was, as I say, whether that 100% was representative of 100% depopulation, if you like. And then, of course, wondered about the dynamic implications of that. If they depopulate, what happens the next year? And we did have a cross-section of data. So we don't capture the dynamics, I suppose, in terms of overall welfare through time. And then finally, I was actually quite interested in the results of the dose response sort of section of the paper when the dependent variable was poverty severity, or that gap squared, which did increase actually with the level of goats sold up to a very high level of market activity. So essentially increasing severity, increasing poverty severity measure with increases in market participation. And again, kind of reflects that question about the dynamics of participation, and whether or not we actually are seeing an increase in that more nuanced measure of poverty, which of course weights the more severe poverty more strongly, and with that increasing with actual market activity, which is a wee bit of a worry. But yeah, those are the only comments I really have. I really enjoyed reading the paper. I think it addresses an important sort of empirical reality for a lot of smallholders. It's certainly relevant in a much wider context, and it was a nice paper to be able to read and to comment on.
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine. You initiate a very important question, and I think your valuable comments not only benefit this paper, but also the development of the region. Thank you very much. Since the author is not here, so we do not have Q&A for this paper. Let's move directly to the last paper, smallholder Ghanaian rice farmers, preference for a joint venture inclusive business model. The presenter is Priscilla Kripik. She's a research fellow from Lincoln University in New Zealand. Priscilla, the floor is yours.
Hi. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Oh. Sorry. Is it sharing?
No, it's not.
Can you see my slides?
I cannot see your slides.
Oh. Sorry.
Hello, Miss Priscilla. If you like, ADBI side can share the screen for you. We have your PowerPoint as a backup.
So Priscilla, are you still there?
Are you there?
If you fail to share your screen, I think our colleagues can help you do that.
Can you still share? Sure. Okay. Can you share? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Thank you. Yes. We can see it now. Okay, Priscilla, are you still there? I think
Yes,
you
I
can
am.
start your presentation.
Okay.
Can you see the
Thank
slides?
you very much. I'll be presenting on smallholder rice farmers' preferences for a joint venture inclusive business model. Next slide, please. So this is just the outline and the background literature and then the results. Next slide. So during my undergrad studies, I did a research and I found that market participation among rice farmers in Ghana was very low. So for my master's, I wanted to find a potential solution to address this issue. The rice sector in Ghana is growing and it contributes to socio-economic development in various ways like employment, income generation, and also generates revenue for the economy. Rice has gradually become a staple food in Ghana over the years. However, despite its importance in household diets, rice imports represent a very large share of rice that is consumed in Ghana. But there has been an increase in local rice production because of the existing policies that the government have implemented. Next slide, please. But why is it that there is an increase in local rice production? However, there is a low demand for the rice. So according to literature, locally produced rice lacks the quality that's actually demanded by the market. And the lack of quality is not necessarily related to production. It's more related to value-adding processes. That is, the milling equipments that are used in milling rice are not appropriate, and therefore rice that is milled is inconsistent in size. It's not of the right texture, and there are impurities in the rice. So consumers in Ghana do not prefer locally produced rice because of this. Because the issue is more related to value-adding processes rather than production, the concept of an inclusive business model was an ideal potential solution because it integrates farmers into value chain processes and also in turn increases their income. There are various forms of inclusive business model, but the joint venture is under one of these categories of inclusive business model. A joint venture is a business where the entities share risk, they share profits, they share their equity, and they pool resources together to establish or to achieve a particular goal. So the potential idea or the potential solution to the demand problem or the value adding problem was that if investors or the government or shareholders of companies can collaborate with farmers and they would pool resources together to establish a rice business that can acquire the appropriate milling equipment that will mill rice to the quality that consumers want, then we can address the issue with demand for locally produced rice and then in turn address the issue with low market participation of farmers. Next slide. So the main the basis of my thesis was first to evaluate if this idea would be accepted by farmers. So we wanted to evaluate their mindset towards this business-oriented concept and also their willingness towards participating in this model. So we used a discrete choice experiment to undertake this study. And a discrete choice experiment basically entails presenting the characteristics of a model to the respondent so that they can choose the particular characteristics that they are drawn to instead of presenting the whole model to them as a whole and just asking them the yes or no question. So that's why we use the discrete choice experiment. Next slide, please. So the objective of my study, because we're presenting the characteristics of the model to the respondent, the objectives was first to identify what the characteristics of the joint venture model was, to estimate the willingness of farmers to participate in the model, and then determine the broader factors that were going to be influencing their willingness to participate. Next slide, please. So to identify what the attributes were, we went into literature. And from literature, we found out that the first attribute was the investment and benefit structure. And because we're using a choice experiment, we usually have to have levels associated to the attributes. So we have 3 levels associated to this attribute, and they were the high investment, minimal investment, and no investment, and they're all equivalent to the profit and dividends. So the second attribute was the control right. So control right over decision-making in the JV was going to be proportional to investment. And then the other level was that control right is not proportional to investment. Next slide. The third attribute was quality specifications. And so compliance with a very strict quality specification could give you a higher premium, but a less strict quality specification would give you a lesser premium. And then the third level, we had no compliance with any quality standards. So the prime benefits, we also had just 2 levels to it, and that was a fixed pricing system and a flexible pricing system. Next slide. The fifth attribute was the payment method. So we have full payment by cash at the time of delivery, part payment by cash before and after delivery, and then full payment before delivery. And for the 6th was corporate decision right. Usually farmers would make corporate decisions by themselves, but because this is like a joint venture and it's a business that they have to work with others, the levels that were associated to it was that they would make farmers decisions with other farmers, or they would make it with the investors in the business. Next slide. So the study was conducted in the Volta region of Ghana. It is the leading rice producing region in Ghana. We used a multi-stage sampling technique. 3 villages were selected from 5 major rice producing districts and 15 farmers from each village. So we had 250 respondents interviewed. Next slide, please. The empirical analysis, so as I said, we use the discrete choice experiment, and it's a Lanchester theory of value, which states that individuals derive utility from the characteristics of a good or a service instead of the product as a whole. For the empirical analysis, we use the multinomial logic model and the latent class model for heterogeneity to determine absolute training. So next slide, please. This is an example of the choice tags that we use. So option A and option B represented characteristics of the joint venture model. However, option C are characteristics of the current or like the current marketing situations of the rice farmers. So that option was the status quo. So that did not change throughout all the choice tags that were presented to the farmers. However, option A and option B, the levels changed. So each choice tax had different levels of the attributes attached to it. Next slide. So this was the descriptive result. So averagely, the farmer was aged 49 years. They were married. They had a primary level of education. They did own their farmland. And because they're smallholder farmers, the average farm size was 4.7 acres. Majority of them were male, and majority of them sold their rice to market traders. Next slide, please. For the multinomial logic results, for the attributes, the investment and benefit structure, we found that farmers did not prefer a model that had minimal or high investment requirement despite the high profits and dividends. And for the control rights, we also found that farmers did not want control rights being proportional to investment, which was something that was quite expected, because if control rights were proportional to investment, and in the case where they didn't want to invest, which means they would have no control over decision making in the business. So farmers did not want that. Also, they preferred a flexible pricing system, which was also expected, because in case price just increased, if it was fixed before planting, which means they wouldn't get a high price. So that's why they prefer the flexible pricing system. Next slide, please. For the quality specifications, farmers were indifferent about complying to the strict standards. And for the payment methods, they preferred part payments before and after, which is also quite expected, because they usually would want some money to cover cost of production before the planting season starts. And farmers were more likely to participate in a JV if they were to make decisions with just other farmers instead of making decisions with investors. Yes, next slide, please. So for the latent cloud model, it helped us to ascertain the percentage of farmers that were willing to participate in the joint venture model and the farmers that were not willing to participate. So 55% of the farmers that we interviewed were willing to participate, and 45% were not willing to participate. For the 55% that were willing, they were relatively more educated, they were younger, and they had more experience in rice farming, they had smaller farm sizes, and they had some sort of experience with contractual arrangements. But the opposite was for the farmers that were not willing to participate, as they had less education, they were maybe older, they had larger farm sizes, and they had no experience with contractual arrangements. Next slide, please. So overall, in general, the farmers were, most of them wanted to participate in the joint venture model. So it's something that can be implemented if more studies is done into it. So for some of the strategies that we suggested, because most of the farmers did not have enough capital and they didn't want to invest in the joint venture, we're suggesting to the government that they should support the smallholders by providing them with grants, serve as equity to be invested into the joint venture, or they can also encourage a collaboration between financial institutions and funds by mediating and negotiating and leveraging capital to be used for grants. Also, government can help farmers by providing them with the right post-harvest and processing equipment, or subsidizing the price for them, and also implement policies that would increase or that would educate farmers' knowledge on adequate post-harvest and processing activities, because they do produce the rice, it's not processed in the way that the consumers want. And if the JV model should be implemented, Targeting efforts should be directed towards younger farmers who have experience with contractual arrangements, and that will be more fruitful. Next slide, please. So overall, the results of the study were encouraging for the introduction of a joint venture structure in Ghana. And while the topic was new for farmers for the first time, the respondents showed considerable interest in the joint venture attributes. Next slide. This is just the empirical analysis, and yeah, that'll be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Priscilla. Really enjoy it. Next, please welcome the discussant, Benty Castro Campus, the senior researcher of Justice Limburg University of Lincoln, Germany.
Yes, thank you very much,
thank you,
Priscilla, for the great presentation, and I also enjoyed your reading the paper very much. And I start immediately with sharing my presentation.
Okay.
So can you see my slide?
Yes.
Cool. So then I put the presentation mode. Okay, yeah, so thank you so much. So I also enjoyed very much reading the paper, and I also I want to thank that I'm actually invited for being the discussant for this paper. So it also fits my previous research. And so I just start by summarizing the paper. So the background of the paper is that there's a need to link smallholder rice growers to the market in the Volta region in Ghana. And one way to do this is the joint venture model, so which is in the range of inclusive business models. And the methods to analyze this question, like how to, like the preference of the farmers, whether they actually want or not to take part in this joint venture model, was done through 250 interviews with smallholders on their preferences. And then a multinomial logic model was conducted, and also a latent class model. So in the findings, more or less, show that there are two classes of farmers with different preference structures, and these are linked to the investment and benefit structure, control rights, quality specification, price system, payment, and cropping decision rights, which were all elements that were changed in this choice experiments. And then the farmers basically had to choose. So I have specific questions then regarding the modeling and the data. So the descriptive statistics I saw now in your presentation just now, that it was just one paragraph in written by, but I think it would be great to have a more general overview of like a table for descriptive statistics, and it could also be complemented with t-tests to see the differences and so on. And then for the multinomial logic model, I was wondering like about the validation of the model. So in usually it's the test of independent of irrelevant alternative tests is conducted in order to see whether it's actually possible to use this kind of modeling. So if there are interconnections between the different categories, then it's not possible, and usually a binary model is used. And also the marginal effects could have been conducted to have like a more explanatory power from the model, because the coefficients, as you rightly specified in the paper, are difficult to interpret. Yeah, and always an issue, of course, is the endogeneity of, and here in particular of education. And I also felt like that the results you presented, so about the younger, the more educated, and the more agile farmers actually want to participate. So is there actually a reverse causality issue? And yeah, if this could be addressed. And that the Latin classes, so it's two classes, like 55% who want and 45% who don't want. So is this is, as I understand, comes out of the model, and their yeah, this construction of these Latin classes. I think it can be explained in more detail, so that it's better to understand it. Yeah, then general questions and remarks. So this goes also a little bit, yeah, more also in the philosophical basis, possibly, and also in yeah, in general. I want to point this out a little bit, also for other researchers to think of. So some of them. So let me start with the first one. So how do farmers in the study area usually sell the rice? So this, it's now like the suggestion, okay, there is a need for this joint venture, but how is it actually done now? And like, doesn't it work like this, or in which circumstances it doesn't work, and so on? You mentioned it with the milling, but then if yeah, farmers are moved up to milling, or like take greater part of the value chain, but then it's only the, like, possibly the young farmer who then could acquire more market power. What will happen to the millers, to those who don't participate, and so on? So also in terms of power imbalances, and one, yeah, it's like to think of more of these implications that the research has. Is this the intention that can, like, that you want, but what could potentially come with it? Yeah, then the next, so what about different quality requirements and flexible decision making due to cash flow and other constraints? So this is might not be possible to understand it just like this. I like the previous like two presentations earlier, Efi presented our research on Indonesia, and there the coffee farmers actually needed this flexible decision making. I think that's what's also part why they didn't go into formal contracts, because if they have a cash flow issue, and then they need sometimes to sell very rapidly, like on the day, to the middleman who wants to buy it for a lower price, just to solve the cash flow issues of the day. So what about this? And I saw like some parallels that they also really didn't want to comply too much. So yeah, this could be like a dynamic here as well. Like maybe it's makes sense to dig a little bit deeper as well. So why should farmers be moved up a level? Like, it's a little bit provocative to milling, and why have they not done it so far? So it's yeah, here again, what I mentioned also linked to the first question. So what will happen actually if this joint venture model is there? The young motivated, they take over. What happens to the rest? So, and yeah, what happens to the millers, and why yeah, is this actually possible with the time the farmer has to work on the farm, also do the milling and so on? So it's just, it's easily written, but in practice, what does it actually imply, right, to make this policy recommendation? Yeah, and coming linking this, and this is what I want to address more generally also. It's like, so the choice experiment, I know it was COVID, and you mentioned it, that it was difficult also to go to the field. That's why you didn't do the field work by yourself, and had it outsourced basically. But is it possible, if we solely rely on the literature review, to determine the adequate choice sets to the local circumstances? Or would it make sense just to make like a mixed methods and start with an exploratory field research that in order to come up with the like attributes and levels that are linked to the local context that are then also more adequate for the local policy environment. So this, of course, this goes what I said into philosophy and so on, and how we work as economists, right? So, and yeah, coming to the final points, so then the suggested policy recommendations, I felt, as I mentioned, a little bit top down, and also don't come exactly from the research outcomes. So, and in order to implement, like if we are serious about this joint venture model, so then to work it out in the specific specific context with the stakeholders involved. So what will happen to the millers, what will happen to the elderly farmers, and like all these, let's name it, transaction costs that can happen in this context. How is this addressed by the policy framework? So yeah, I think there it could be improved, but from the whole story and use implication, I think it's a very great paper. This is just more some general and yeah suggestions and remarks also for the whole audience. So yeah, and then I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Benti, for your time and comments. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Priscilla? So if you have any question, you can click the raise hand or feel free to ask the question directly. Both works.
Professor Gong, may I pose a question to Priscilla?
Yeah, no problem.
It's not a technical question. It's actually, I was a little curious. You see, why did you decide to choose rice in Ghana? Because rice is not a staple crop in Africa. It's more of maize. So I was wondering what could be the reason for choosing rice preference in Ghana.
Oh, yeah, thank you. And first of all, thank you to my discussant. I've noted all your comments, and yes, I really do agree with most of the comments that you made. And so I would put that into consideration. Yeah, rice is not a staple, but over the years, it's becoming one, to be honest. And there has like the government wants Ghana to at least be rice sufficient because we have the right agronomic conditions to grow rice. So rice production is actually increasing in Ghana because of most of the policies that has been implemented. It's just that because the market situation, it's not very, I feel like in a way, marketing boosts production. So because people are not buying the rice, it's not encouraging farmers to want to grow more of it, but it's not because they can't grow more of it. So I feel like if we can address the marketing aspect and increase the demand, then with all our perfect, not perfect, but our right soil, the right temperatures that we have to grow rice, but all of that, then we can increase our rice production as well. So yeah, it's not a staple, but it is becoming one. Now in Ghana, almost everyone consumes rice at least every day. So yes, that is the reason why I chose rice.
Yeah, thank you for this excellent clarifications. Because like recently we wrote a book on multifunctionality of rice in Asia. So that's why like I was very keen on why, like you are interested and since rice has multiple functions, so
yeah,
scaling up in African continent would make lots of sense.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have more questions? So if not, thank you very much, Priscilla, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So I'm thankful for all guests and participants to this event, especially the presenters and the discussants for making time in their busy schedule to share with us their unconventional wisdom. So please join me in giving them a hearty round of applause, although it's online, but thank you very much. And I recommend our team members send the recording to the recording of the discussion and the Q&A part to each presenter so that we can better improve the papers accordingly. Finally, I will give the microphone to Dil Rahat, Vice Chair of Research and Senior Chair Fellow of Asian Development Bank Institute for the closing session. Dil, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Gong. And I really appreciate, for taking time to be with us and also moderating the session so well, because we are very much on time. Generally, it doesn't happen unless, the chair is very particular and well disciplined. So he's able to discipline everyone. So thank you for that. And also, I'd like to thank all the presenter and discussions for these very interesting presentations, very interesting discussions, and I hope that that most of the paper that's presented here will be able to make into the next stage of publications. Most of the papers are very, very good, and I can clearly see that it can get into the next stage. With this, I'd like to thank you all, and I'd like to also welcome you for tomorrow's sessions. We have very interesting session tomorrow. In the morning, we have the conference, and in the afternoon, we have the launch of two special issue. The special issue with review of development economics and the special issue with APC journal. So I would really like to welcome you so that you know the kind of paper that gets into our special issue. So with this, I'd like to call an end to this day's sessions. And thank you again. And let's all join together to give a big hand to Professor Gong for moderating this session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you tomorrow.
See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.